Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats. Παρακαλώ, καθίστε. Το συνέδριο αρχίζει τώρα.
Greeks, great dreamers, great travelers, great hosts. The Greek passion for travel, for both knowledge and adventure, began long ago with Odysseus,
the paradigm of the eternal traveler, with Herodotus, the first tourist and most famous storyteller, and with Pausanias, who wrote the first travel guide 2,000 years ago. Tourism, an idea created by the Greeks. Tourism in Greece is a heritage of pilgrimage. For the mind, Athens, the philosophers. For the body, Olympia, the games. For the spirit, Delphi, the oracle. Delos, the mysteries. Epidaurus, the drama. For life, as the poet Constantine Cavafy said, as you set out for Ithaca, hope that your road is long, full of adventure and discovery. In 1914, a visionary Greek statesman, Eleftherios Venizelos, founded the first national service for the organization of Greek tourism. From that point forward, the number of visitors, travelers, and pilgrims to Greece's ancient monuments and therapeutic hot springs began to increase. Greece's fame as a tourist destination now spread around the world. The 10,000 tourists of 1914 became 17.5 million in 2014. Tourism indeed left an indelible impression on the early history of modern Greece. But the miraculous place and the timeless values remain the same. The light, legendary, dazzling, luminous, soft, tangible, infinite, spiritual. The land and light transform us as we journey. The land, each place so unique, so different, so special, and so close. Places that express a mysterious divinity. The mountain, heavy with snow. The sun, sparkling on the distant sea. Undulating sea of olive trees. Sugar cube villages tumble down mountains to the sea. Beaches of breathless beauty. The Aegean Islands, archipelago of dreams, stepping stones of summer. Temples, castles, and churches, not dead shrines to the past, but reminders of how Greeks have responded and still respond to this unique and miraculous land. And the values, too, the land's most precious inheritance. Beauty, measure, proportion, and human scale show a balance between man and nature and make visible the dimensions of the heart. Hospitality, Greece's oldest art form. Long ago, Zeus showed his love of strangers by walking among men disguised as a common traveler. Since then, hospitality has been an important part of who Greeks are. Music, dance, food, and friendship, never far away, these things are always shared. Festivals and feasts and random outbursts of celebration. Human, intimate, comfortable, and friendly. And the concept of luxury is redefined. An aristocratic grace, ease, and simplicity. Art and ideas and philosophy and songs and love fit the tempo of Greek life and arise spontaneously from this special land. The traveler to Greece discovers these qualities at every turn in a rare combination of heart and mind, simplicity, warmth, and authenticity. Greece, a piece of heaven on earth.
Before I welcome the chairman of the conference, Varun Sharma, will share a short video on what he does during the day.
Hello and welcome to Inside Luxury Travel with me, Varun Sharma. In this episode, I'm in Greece. In this episode, I'm in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates. In this episode, I'm in Bali. In this episode, I'm in St. Petersburg, the cultural capital of Russia. Now, the highlight of this villa for me is that I get my own 25-metre outdoor pool. I can see myself having midnight moonlit swims. So the Emirates Palace offers a gold ATM. Yes, instead of giving you money, you can buy gold at real-time prices. 24 karat gold, that is. George, I've been diving around the world, but I've never come across a dive centre that has its own private island as its kingdom. It's my first dive in Greece.
And with that, Captain Thrasos headed towards Hydra at great speed, while myself and my dear friend Katerina Kotopis enjoyed the stunning scenery and sunshine.
Oh, go on, go on, go on, go on. Don't short the green.
A little pitch and you should be fine.
Here we are. In for four, in for par, pressure's on you.
Fantastic, great putting.
Indonesia is the third largest producer of rice in the world, something like 76 million tons a year. So show me how you grow rice.
All right, done.
There we are.
So this is the coffee here.
Okay. You know, I am never going to taste coffee in the same way again. Here we go. So what is the name of your camel? Kashra. Hello. Oh, this is the bit I hate. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Well, this sunset marks the end of this wonderful episode. Until next time, from Inside Luxury Travel with me, Varun Sharma, goodbye.
It's my pleasure to introduce on the stage Varun Sharma.
If that's what you think I do during the day, you should see what I do at night. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the second ever Luxury Hospitality Conference, a partnership between the International New York Times and the École Hôtelière de Lausanne. The first luxury hospitality event was held in Switzerland in 2013 and was deemed such a success that not only has it been extended by a day, to a two-day conference, but also planning has started on the 2015 conference. It's such an honor to be returning as chairman of this conference. Firstly, please excuse my croaky voice. I've been traveling extensively, and my condition is proof that the air in the front of the plane is just as bad as the air in the back of the plane. Now, I can see so many familiar faces in the audience today, as we've gathered some of the greatest names in modern hospitality, from international hotel groups like Kempinski and Banyan Tree, international brands like Davidoff and Rouge, and also more homegrown talent from the likes of Thanos Hotels and Gaia. This afternoon, though, we are focusing on hospitality from the Mediterranean, and tomorrow we will look at the international picture. My love affair with the Mediterranean began when I was just 6 years old, many years ago. In my quest to one day eventually become a doctor, I signed up at school to learn ancient Greek and Latin. I studied both for 8 years. The advantages to learning the classics was not only to appreciate the English language, but also yearly field trips to Greece and to Italy to explore the likes of Rome, Mycenae, and of course, Athens. This was at a time when you could walk into the Parthenon and touch the now untouchable columns. My parents supplemented these school trips with frequent extra visits. I often wondered why my parents loved Greece and Italy so much. And recently I asked my papa about this. His answer was clear: family. Alexander the Great married an Indian woman. That's why he was so great. The late Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi married an Italian woman. So the Greeks, Indians, and Italians are one big family. I think that they secretly would have liked me to marry either a Greek or Italian, and there is still time yet. The Mediterranean prides itself on its family-friendly hotels and resorts, and this shows in the service and hospitality, because in the end, in my industry, service is king. My job here today, as chairman, is as ferocious timekeeper, facilitator of introductions, and the go-to person if any of the speakers or indeed delegates have any needs or comments. My main job is to ensure that we do not stray from the topic. We are here to discuss luxury, not mass tourism. We're here to talk about the 10% who travel in luxury and contribute 20% to the total revenue of the travel and leisure industry. It's not about quantity here, it's all about quality. And the speakers gathered for the next 2 days are experts in luxury. I recently filmed an episode of my television show here in Athens. I was bowled over by the luxury in the city, from the hotels like this beautiful one we're staying in, to the yachts, the restaurants, the wine, and even the olive oil. I was particularly amazed by the Acropolis Museum, and I'm not the only person in this room, hotel, city, country, or international that totally believes that it's time for the Parthenon marbles to return home. Tonight, we will all enjoy the splendor of the museum at our cocktail party in the museum, which I believe starts at 7:30. We will also be Twittering, Facebooking, and Instagramming this event to the entire world, and our hashtag is @LuxHosp. Please feel free to contribute with photos, comments, and quotes. Please be involved. This is your conference. Also, please could you turn off the cell phones and the iPads and all those other things, because it would be nice for the speakers to be able to be heard. Now, over the next 2 days, you will see too much and hear too much from me. But from now, I am turning over the proceedings to my dear friend, Achilles Saltas, the Vice President of Conferences for the International New York Times. Achilles.
Thank you, Varun. Dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, καλή σας μέρα, καλώς ορίσατε και ευχαριστούμε πολύ για την παρουσία σας. On behalf of the International Herald Tribune and our esteemed partner, the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, welcome to our second Luxury Hospitality Conference. We are delighted that we are bringing this conference that we started last year in Lausanne here in Athens. And as we are in Athens, we are doing this in conjunction with our Mediterranean Luxury Travel Summit. So we are getting the best of both worlds, exploring what the new international hospitality market looks like, as well as adding content focused on the opportunity that the Mediterranean region can offer to the luxury travel sector. 2 weeks ago, I was in Madrid and I had the opportunity to visit the fabulous exhibition called Mediterranean From Myth to Reason at the CAIXA Forum. And as I was walking around the museum, it just occurred to me that what we are doing here today and tomorrow, mixing the Mediterranean and International Conference, is so pertinent because from ancient times, the Mediterranean was the path of the communication of beliefs, ideas, knowledge, and cultural forms whose influence has lasted until today. The landscape and culture of the Mediterranean continue to be a universal heritage today. The story of Odysseus and Telemachus traveling the Mediterranean in search of each other, we saw that in the wonderful video this morning, and the journey to Ithaca, one could argue, is the prototype of adventure travel. And maybe today this is a form of luxury travel. So this gave us inspiration for our first and the last panels. The first panel today is entitled Outside Looking In, the global view on the Mediterranean. And the last one tomorrow is entitled Greek Luxury. And I've been told that it comes with an olive oil and a hot potato test that we will all take. Well, that sounds very intriguing and a little bit like a riddle that my grandmother used to tell me, but you will have to wait until tomorrow to see what this means. And in between, of course, we will cover so many other topics dear to the luxury travel industry, from investment in infrastructure to marketing luxury properties, from technology to service, from hotels to yachts. And Varun will take us through this programmatic journey shortly. So as you can see, we are blending the location of the Mediterranean here in Athens with the international scope of the Luxury Hospitality Conference. I would like to thank Samad Larousi and his team from the world's foremost hospitality school, the École Hôtelière de Lausanne. We are honored to have joined forces in such a significant way, and we partnered and launched last year our inaugural Luxury Hospitality Summit in Switzerland. And Greece, ladies and gentlemen, was there thanks to the vision of Minister Kefalogiannis and the Secretary General of GNTO, Panos Livadas, who both had the foresight to support this event through their sponsorship. They do have foresight. We are discussing a lot of things, and we are doing great things together, and we hope that next year, when we launch our Art for Tomorrow conference in Doha in March, that GNTO will be there with us, since we have such a significant topic to discuss on the Parthenon marbles, as Varun mentioned. So we are honored to have Minister Olga Kefalogiannis with us today for the opening address, and I would like to thank Greek National Tourism Organization for being the headline sponsor of this conference this year, as well as Aegean Airlines, our official airline partner with which many of you arrived here today. We are also delighted to have our other sponsors, Laurent Perrier, who was with us last year as well, Agility Research and Strategy, Volvo, Grand Britannia, Punkt, and Rush Luxury Films. Many thanks for your support and for making today possible. My thanks also go to our partners, our regular partners here in Greece, Kathimerini, with whom we've been together for the last 16 years, and also to our organizers on the ground, Simeon Somokos and his team, as well as Alberto Cano. But most importantly, my thanks go to the panelists, the moderators, our speakers, in advance for the valuable content they're going to provide us the next 2 days. And of course, all of you, our delegates. It is for you that we have launched this event, and it will be your contributions to today's discussions that will help make the Luxury Hospitality Conference a truly worthwhile conference. So please contribute, ask questions, make comments. And to get us started with the keynote opening address, I have the honor to introduce the Minister for Tourism. Olga Kefalogianni, of course, is a well-heeled traveler. And perhaps like her ancestors, one could say maybe a female incarnation of Hermes, the god of travel. And of course, one would argue perhaps as stylish as Hermes as well. Under her stewardship, Greece registered a record year in tourism, attracting some 20 million visitors this season. So this is indeed a great backdrop for us to stage the Luxury Hospitality Conference. So we want to see how one achieves these records. But the Minister knows it better than anybody else that it is not only about volume and numbers, but more importantly, it is the theme of our conference. It's about yield and high luxury. So, Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your wonderful words, Achilles. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address this important joint event the Luxury Hospitality 2014 and the Mediterranean Luxury Travel Summit, and a particular pleasure to welcome all our foreign delegates to Athens. On this occasion, I would like to congratulate the International New York Times and, of course, the École Hôtelière de Lausanne for this initiative and thank them for such a fruitful collaboration with many important participants. I would also like to congratulate all those who worked for the organization of this summit, International Herald Tribune Kathimerini, Mr. Simeon Tsomokos, and their teams. As we all know, the Eastern Mediterranean region, the cradle of Western civilization and the crossroads of so many ancient civilizations, is strongly characterized by its rich diversity in terms of natural and cultural heritage. And it is this diverse environment that attracts every year a large number of visitors from all over the world, as it hosts some of the top destinations worldwide. Tourism is an important activity with its multiple facets as they evolve and develop continuously to cater to the particular needs and aspirations of the modern traveler. And this region has a lot to offer in this respect and continues to provide opportunities for further growth. As you are well aware, the economic conditions in Greece have been difficult. In the last 6 years, we have been through a period of strong recession, and the sacrifices made by the Greek people are significant. But things are changing. The image of the country has significantly improved, the economy is recovering, and tourism is currently the main wealth-producing sector, the prime engine for the Greek economy. It provides revenues for the Greek state, it generates about 800,000 jobs, it stimulates the market and revives the regions. This is an outcome of considerable efforts to overcome tourism economic contingencies. We have worked very closely with the private sector, other ministries, international and national industry representatives. Our aim is to pursue step by step our national strategy to improve the quality of tourism services and infrastructure, to increase demand, and to enhance employment opportunities and income revenue. We have taken significant steps in creating a friendly environment for investments by simplifying procedures and removing barriers, by stimulating businesses and destinations to develop their ideas and initiatives. Our objective is to support actions towards the diversification of our tourism product through the development of special types of tourism. Thus, we have simplified the requirements for the development of special forms of tourism, such as medical tourism, wellness, spa, yachting, cultural, religious, wine tourism, gastronomy, agritourism, golf tourism, among others. Our strategy also relies on a vigorous activity to promote Greece as a tourist destination, including systematic and targeted marketing campaigns, relying increasingly on new technologies and, of course, the use of social media. At the same time, we are highly engaged in our collaboration with our European partners to facilitate mobility as a stimulus to attract visitors from emerging markets around the world. Thus, either in close collaboration with the cruise industry and airlines, we aim to simplify visa procedures to boost up arrivals. Ladies and gentlemen, our region is unique. It offers immense opportunities and challenges. Therefore, we have to work together to attract further visitors by diversifying our tourism product. We also need to work towards further removal of barriers to the benefit of every country in the region. I'm confident that the Eastern Mediterranean region has the potential to emerge as an integrated, world-class brand name. Luxury tourism is one of the many challenges towards this end. Cruising is another opportunity complementary to that, as well as city tourism, cultural tourism, meetings, conferences, and incentives tourism, health tourism, and many others, offering significant opportunities to extend the season and contribute to further growth. In Greece, we are working closely with the private sector to facilitate investments and activities towards this end, stimulating the development of relevant infrastructure, for example, through a privatization program of regional airports or creating a network of high-quality marinas or facilities for cruise ships. We have put a special effort to facilitate investments in the context of a national spatial plan for tourism, providing basic guidelines and principles for the development of complex tourism resorts that will be designed to host amenities such as golf courts, marinas, spa facilities, conference centers, and high-end holiday homes. I'm sure that most countries in our region look for similar opportunities. Beyond our individual efforts, we need to work together to seek synergies. For example, we could join our actions towards enhancing and promoting our region's intangible cultural heritage, or even our diverse culinary tradition and lifestyle. Our customs, lifestyle, food, and joy of life are important elements of our living tradition, of what we experience daily. All of the above elements form our culture and tourism, which, together with the protection of the natural environment, the respect for traditions, and the uniqueness of each destination, is the only way for our efforts to persist in time. In other words, we have to work towards enhancing our identities, because our greater luxury asset is our very own identity. Seeking cooperation and synergies is not an issue for governments alone, though. It is mostly an issue for the private sector entrepreneurs, local and international, and every stakeholder who can contribute to enhance, preserve, and promote our unique heritage and our unique opportunities for a promising future. In an era of constant and perpetual challenges, the culture of each country can be a catalyst in achieving the goals of prosperity, social inclusion, and social cohesion. This largely concerns Europe, especially today that our continent goes through a historical phase of redefining and restating its common principles. Of course, we have to safeguard basic principles on our effort for economic growth, principles and collective actions that will promote sustainable development, awareness of environmental issues, social equity, preservation and promotion of the cultural identity of each region. Dear guests, we need to work together to further boost the development of our region. We also need to let the world know about the variety of options we provide to visitors and guide them through lifetime experiences by valorizing our impeccable and diverse natural and cultural wealth. As a tourism minister, I strongly believe in the potential and the multiplier effect of tourism on many levels. It is the experiences of each single traveler that will help us build our own unique brand name and consequently the luxury around our product. I hope you all have a fascinating time in Athens and wish every success to the works of this conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Our first industry speech today comes from the Vice Chairman of Aegean and Olympic Airlines, Mr. Eftikos Vassilakakis. He is here today and very much looking forward to hearing what he has to say about the future of airlines. Eftikos, yes, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to Athens. Thank you for choosing Athens to be the venue of your second conference. I think that in itself is probably more important than anything else. I have to downgrade the expectations. I'm not going to talk about the future of the airline industry, but I will try to talk a little bit about the airline industry in Greece and how I think a small part or a significant part of what was missing in previous years may have been reestablished as a dynamic for the country going forward. So obviously, as you know, airlines, whether the air is good or bad in the front or the back, they do provide an essential service, and that is connecting people to places. They do not create the first level of demand. That has to be created by the destination itself, but they do support it, and they can multiply it, and they can make it much more effective. Greece, for many years, had been deprived of a strong enough airline to actually support that goal. And I'm happy to say that for the last 12 months now, through the acquisition of Olympic Air, Aegean and Olympic have now become definitely the national carrier of Greece and a company which can invest in the development of itself, but also very importantly support the development of Greece in tourism. So just to give you a few boring numbers, finally we're starting to grow in direct connections to this city. Direct connections by Greek Airlines were only 22 to this city in international destinations just 2 short years back. Now we're up to 45, and we're committing to making it 70 direct destinations out of Athens within the next 3 years. That's very important because I was talking to some friends that I just recently met. We were only covering essentially the largest cities of Europe in direct connections. So if you flew from Italy, you would have to come either from Milan or from Rome to fly directly to Athens, but now you can pick Venice, Naples, Pisa, and if you fly from France, next year you'll be able to fly directly from Bordeaux, from Toulouse, from Lyon, from Marseille, and that's a very important addition to what the city can become and how it can support the rest of the country also, because obviously speed of travel is an important luxury, I think, to everybody. We don't only serve Athens. We're based around the country. Obviously, many of the luxury resorts of this country are not in Athens, although Athens is the hub, is the base, and the support for everything else. It's very important to be strong here. However, we have developed in the last 3-4 years as a reaction initially to the weakness of the economy here, but then we found out it's a very important separate business, direct connections from the island. So we have now 7 regional bases around the country outside of Athens, and I'm happy to say they're growing very healthily as well. In total, we cover 87 destinations in 32 countries, and that's a number that's changing by, as you see, 17 new ones in this year, and it should be another 15 for next year. And yes, this is the only number you see. We did offer 1 million extra seats in the market this year, and I'm happy to say that was 1 million out of 4 million that were actually additionally offered to this country by many other airlines, and they were all, 80% of them, roundabout, well absorbed, so it shows what the demand for the country can be if we do our job right. Now, this is a conference for luxury, and so quality is very important. I should say that the definition or the goal of Aegean from the beginning of its first flight 15 years ago in '99 was to offer quality of service. It is not only for luxury, because by definition, airlines have to fill the front and the back, and there's more people traveling in the back than in the front. So you need to have value, but you also need to be able to cater to different needs, and definitely the front is very important in your revenues. So we invest in quality. We have one of the youngest fleets in Europe, and we're happy to say that the performance of the last 2 years has allowed us to make a new $300 million investment for 15 and 16 in 7 additional new aircraft. Now, a few things about what we do for our customers. We try to use technology as best we can to offer people information and the ability to actually individualize service. A lot about customer loyalty and a lot about customer service have to do, of course, with managing digital applications. So in mobile and iPads, we're very active, and I think we're doing quite well. It's one of the things that can be used in a relatively mass product to identify customers and offer special services. We've tried very hard in the last few years to, even within, as I said, a mass industry, to identify areas where we can promote the special qualities of Greece, and we found that wine and introducing our visitors to different kinds of wines is a very good way to do that. So now, over the last 3 years, we've been offering basically every 3 months 4 new different producers to acquaint them to the international public. And I hope we're helping our visitors enjoy their travel better, but also we're helping new Greek producers present their product. Finally, we do have lounges in 3 areas, 2 areas in Greece and one in Cyprus. And yes, of course, we are part of Star Alliance, which is important because many of our customers or your customers are actually, of course, part of that group in terms of loyalty programs, and it's very important to be able to identify them here in Greece as well. And to make my presentation a short one, I will just finish by saying, thank God, customers seem to actually appreciate what we do. So even though we are a reasonably small airline still, we just managed to exceed 1 billion of revenue this year. We'll be around 10 million of customers this year. But we have managed to get international recognition, and we hope that the first step into Greece that one takes, stepping into a Aegean or an Olympic plane, is indeed a positive one. Before concluding, I'd like to say, in support of what the minister said earlier on, second very important thing about aviation is obviously airports. And indeed, we have a very good airport in Athens. I think you flew into it probably today or yesterday. It's a very good airport, lots of space for development, so that's a good start for the country. Unfortunately, the rest of the airports in the country are not in the same state. It's very good that indeed 3 days ago was the final stage of a tender for the regional airports. There were 3 interested parties, and we hope to see within the next 24 months some very good upgrades in the quality of the regional airports of the country. So whether you fly in by private jet or by a regular airline, that will be a very important improvement to expect over the next 2 to 3 years. And we think that, together with airline investment, are a very big plus for what can happen, not only for, obviously, visitors, but also for investors, because that's very important to support their own investments in luxury hotels or developments in these areas. Thank you very much for bearing with me for 5 minutes, and thank you for being here.
I actually recently traveled by Aegean, and the thing that impressed me the most was the service. Children, even in economy, were treated like the Greek gods themselves, as they should be. Eftikios Vasilakis, thank you very much indeed. Last year in Lausanne, I introduced our next 2 guests, David Sadiq, CEO of Digital Luxury Group, and Salmad Laroussi from EHL, when they premiered their collaboration, the World Luxury Index. It was a fascinating look at trends. Today, they'll be looking specifically at the Mediterranean, and tomorrow, they'll be looking at the whole wide world. Guys, if you'd like to come up, please. Samad? David.
Good afternoon, everyone. Really happy and honored to be with all of you today. I know some of you here in the room, either because of the previous presentation in Lausanne during the first edition of the Luxury Hospitality Summit, or because of last year's presentation, focused on Mediterranean, which was for me the first time I had the opportunity to come to Athens for a business presentation. And I was very excited, happy to be with all of you to launch last year the first edition of the World Luxury Index. So I'm here today with the Professor Laroussi from the École Hôtelière de Lausanne with the aim to share with you some of the key findings regarding the evolution of the hospitality industry. So the interesting part, we will both of us be with you today and tomorrow. Today, the presentation will focus on the Mediterranean countries. And tomorrow, we will share some of the global results in regard to the evolution of the global luxury hospitality industry. So just to give you a quick background before going into the methodology and the explanation of what we are building. That's the demo effect. Is there just a way to get back the screen with the presentation? Thank you. Is it possible to get back to the previous presentation? The layout was slightly different. I'm really sorry about that. Apparently, we have a small layout issue. Can you just try to get back to the first presentation that you displayed? I think the layout was much better. Okay. We have apparently a small issue. I think it's the right moment if you're on a network, you do not know people across your table. Give me just a break, 2 minutes. Do you know there is a famous game I really like? You just take a business card, you just look at your right. If you don't know the people, you go to the next place and you just start talking for 3 minutes. We will just try to fix that. Thank you. The typo is not done. No problem, don't worry. Mon erreur.
That's right, that's right. We'll bring you on later. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very sorry about what's going on here. What we're going to do is we're actually going to go on to the next panel and come back to David and Samad in just a few minutes' time. So I would like to introduce onto the stage, great honor actually, the Chief European Business Correspondent of the International New York Times, Liz Alderman. Could you please come up onto the stage? And with her three guests, Dr. Andreas Andriadis from SETE, the Greek Tourism Confederation, Mr. Angelos Loizou, the chairman of the Cyprus Tourism Organization, and one of my dearest friends in the hospitality industry, Mr. Thanos Michaelides from Thanos Hotels. They're going to be looking at the global view of the Mediterranean.
Well, thank you very much for bearing with us. You know, if everything went according to plan, it wouldn't be nearly as interesting. So, actually, I think it's a good thing that our panel gets to go first because, if I may say, I think we probably have the most interesting panel today, and also a distinguished number of guests here who are going to be able to talk to us about what the global view is on Mediterranean luxury. I thought it was very interesting to hear from the minister a little bit earlier the fact that Greece has really surged ahead in terms of tourism. I cover the European economy for the New York Times, and I've basically been writing about the economic crisis buffeting Europe for the last several years. So it's very refreshing for me to actually be at a conference where we are hopefully going to hear a number of positive developments that have happened. Now, Greece, of course, is not the only country in the Mediterranean, so our panelists will hopefully give us a bit more of a global view, not only on Greece, but of course Cyprus and a number of other countries in the region, which of course have been affected recently not only by the economic crisis, but by geopolitical events as well, which have also helped to drive a lot of tourism to this region. We have, to my right, Mr. Angelos Loizou, if I pronounce that correctly, from the Cyprus Tourism Organization. He's going to be able to give us, a view basically from a broad view of the situation in this region. And Thanos Michailidis, who is the managing director of Thanos Hotels, who will be able to give us a more industry perspective on the situation. And we hope that Dr. Andreas Andreidis, who's the president of SETE, the Greek Tourism Confederation, will be here shortly to join us. But with that, Angelos, why don't I hand it over to you? Prior to this panel starting, we had a very interesting discussion about some of the challenges as well as, facing luxury specifically. We heard Varun say at the opening of the conference that he would love it if people could focus on the 10% of people that contribute the most to the tourism industry and luxury particularly. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Thank you. I would try to cover the subject matter from a global point of view through my identity as past chairman of the International Society of the Hospitality Consultants. If we start with numbers, we see that Europe in general is a big power in tourism. It has been attracting for a number of years around 55% of the global tourist travelers. The Mediterranean, southern and eastern Mediterranean, is also taking a very large part of this tourism. Now, this indicates, of course, that there must be some inherent elements in what we offer in this region, which will help us to look ahead. The minister has covered a number of things that I would like to say, but I think one should start from the roots of the definition. What is luxury travel? Is it the right word? We don't know. We have to investigate and we have to see a few things. When we talk about luxury travel, we talk about comfortness, about security, and about experience. Starting from the last one, experience is what each one of us want to take home. We want to take some new things we have learned about culture, about history. If we visit a place, we want to be and to feel secured. We have this in our region. But most important of all, we have what we call the healthiest weather conditions, and in particular, the healthiest winter. This will have to be proven medically, and there are a number of studies that are currently carried out by universities and medical schools to prove that this region has the healthiest weather. We have to capitalize on this. On the other hand, if we want comfort, it doesn't mean necessarily luxury. It could be simple things that give service to us and they give us some good time. I think this is probably what I would need to say at this stage, and then we add a few things later on.
Great, thank you so much. Andreas, thank you so much for joining us. I'd love to turn to you before we turn to Thanos to get the industry perspective.
Well, The minister before explained how Greece is doing, so I wouldn't stay that much in that. Indeed, all Mediterranean countries, if we see historically from 2000 to 2014, has seen growth. Greece has seen, I think, the highest in, if we take the 20 million number of this year, the highest from 2000 to 2014, having done very well in the last couple of years. If I recall, our growth is about 35% over this period. France and Italy at around 10 to 12%. Turkey has outperformed everyone by more than 60%. However, Greece is twice or three times the level of growth in the last 2 years of the competitors. We have done 15% last year plus and almost a 20% plus this year, compared to 6 to 7% of Turkey and Spain, and about 2 to 3% of Italy, and I think a little bit less for France. However, the big picture is that, in my opinion, the demographics of Europe are very threatening. The European population will go down to about 550 million in the next, up to 2050, compared to 770 today. So Europe is a continent that gets old very quickly. Industry is going down in Europe, and tourism will be one of the main areas. We wouldn't like to see Europe as a museum, but I'm afraid this is the way it's going to turn. The immigration issue is a huge issue that the continent has to address. Now, in tourism, these demographics will play a major role in the next decades, and we have to see how we can market together the Mediterranean. Let's start with the European Union countries, because if we go to the south part of the Mediterranean, to the Arab countries, North Africa, that's a different issue. And let's face it, the markets, the global market doesn't see us together. So I would distinguish, although of course a lot of synergies can be done with countries like Egypt, we have to distinguish the European Mediterranean part, including Turkey, from the remaining part. There, unfortunately, I don't see a lot of cooperation, not in the political side, in the European Union side, as well as in our side. I would start with the entrepreneur side, the business side. SETE is the Tourist Confederation of Greece, is an umbrella covering almost, not almost, all sides of the tourist business in Greece, with more than 50,000 members, from airlines, cruise ships, ferries, to hotels, to apartments for rent, to travel agencies, tour operators, etc., rent-a-car, etc. There is not a similar organization in most European countries. For example, in Spain, the set of Spain is more hotel chain dominated. In Germany, is more tour operator dominated. In Italy, is a mixture of the two. So we have various aspects of representation of the enterprises of tourism, which are very fragmented. And I have to admit, we never met together to create a common strategy of the industry. So no wonder Brussels doesn't have a tourism industry for the Mediterranean. So no marketing, no joint marketing together, nothing being done together. And it's not only for tourism, it's, for example, in the strategy of attracting wealthy individuals buying property in our countries and living in our countries. There's not even a common strategy for that. So there is so much to be done to promote to new markets like Asia, like China, like India, like many countries, together our area. And this, unfortunately, is still in its infancy. So this is something we need to work much more behind, and this is something we talk a lot with the minister about.
Excellent. Thanos, what is your perspective as somebody who's implanted in the industry itself?
Well, I think since we're discussing about the luxury travel, we first have to look at conceptually what is a luxury traveler looking for. I think at this stage, people are looking for authentic experiences. They want to discover the unexpected and indulge in the anticipated. And having this understanding in mind, I feel that the Mediterranean is a fantastic place to offer luxury experiences because it's such a wealthy region of the world. I also agree that within the Mediterranean, there are places that are more volatile than others, and that makes it a bit difficult. But also it makes it richer because as an individual destination within the Med, you need to highlight your differences in order to make your point across to the market clearer. At the same time, the Mediterranean itself doesn't have a common message out to the market, and that sometimes makes it more difficult for the Med as a region to go out to the world. I think that a forum such as this one is great because it allows people to start thinking what is a common Mediterranean message and how does that fit with his or her country's message. The differences actually is the value added to each country's proposition.
Well, thanks. I think it's interesting that all of you seem to be saying there's not enough of a common message for the Mediterranean. Since we're focusing on luxury, and yet we've also talked about, the boom in tourism numbers in the last couple of years in Greece and in the region, I guess one question is, right now, is the Mediterranean focusing too much on quantity as opposed to quality? And is luxury being sold enough? Is luxury being sold? Could luxury be sold as a real identity for the Mediterranean, especially given the challenges that we heard about a little bit earlier with respect to the economic crisis? We heard also the International Monetary Fund just issued a warning saying that emerging markets, the BRIC countries, were also starting to decelerate in growth. So what can you all do to make luxury a focus of the Mediterranean?
I think there are two issues here. One of them is what is called discreteness. The economic conditions, the global economic conditions, and also the political violence which is around us, should make us think twice how we present what we want to present. Because it's not going to be allowed to grow the way it has grown. As we all know, luxury had a big push from the emerging markets. The BRICS, the extended BRICS. There has been a lot of sudden wealth in certain hundreds or millions of people around the world, and this has given a push in what we now all call luxury tourism. This is something we all have to be very careful about, and we have to present what we want to offer in a different way. And personally, I believe that the best way to do it is through selling authenticity. I think Thanos has said uniqueness, culture, history, these sort of things, which are the invitation part of somebody to enjoy himself or herself enough to pay the premium that we currently call luxury.
Thanos, what would be some specific examples of discrete luxury that you all are talking about?
Well, first I'd like to pick up from Angelos. I think actually at this point where the economic crisis is still quite here, selling luxury travel is actually the right thing to do because people are not looking into investing at things that are materialistic and can be immediately shown. People want to invest in an experience that can create memories for them, and this they can share with their friends and family. And that part of the luxury travel is what we should be focusing on. So examples would be coming to a place such as Greece with such a wealth and depth of culture to experience the local culture in a unique way. And this is luxury, and this is something they will carry forever in their life.
Well, concerning luxury in Greece, just a number. During the year of the Olympics, 10 years ago, Greece had 25% in 4- and 5-star accommodation out of the total number of its capacity of beds. Today it's a little bit over 40%. And by 2021 it will be more than 50, close to 60%. So obviously this is done because there is a demand for this high-quality product. Now, what we see from guest questionnaires and statistics from ReviewPro, a well-known German company that supplies us with data, is that the two areas where guests are more interested and happy are the top-end luxury, either boutique or luxury hotels, or the 1- and 2-star authentic accommodation, what we call simply Greece. This is another form of luxury. So we shouldn't necessarily see luxury only as the top-end part, but also the authentic part of the very simple but holistically well presented. And let's not forget, tourism is a small and medium enterprise sector. What I'm, again, very sad to say is that the European Union does not have a strategy for tourism. This divide of North and South is happening in tourism as well. This completely different, the approach of the northern countries to tourism. That's why, compared to the southern countries, the Mediterranean countries, I can give you many examples of this. There is no strategy in tourism. There is no strategy in joint marketing of Europe. There is no visa strategy. For example, we don't have still, in 2014, we don't have an electronic visa like ESTA in the United States to bring people from around the world. The people have to carry a pile of documents like this to the local council to get their visa. This says a lot about the lack of strategy. It's the northern industrial countries of Europe that don't see tourism in the way the southern countries see, and unfortunately the southern countries have not done very much to create their own strategy. So when we talk about a Mediterranean strategy, how can this come if first in the European Union we don't have a Mediterranean strategy? So we are in the very beginning of a procedure that is going to come a lot in the next few years. This year in Greece, only this growth we saw created 120,000 new jobs, and that's permanent jobs. So 20%, the income of the payroll tax increased by 20% in our area of profession. So you can see the help this gives to a country with so high unemployment like Greece. But in order to do this, you need to have a strategy. And I'm afraid to say we don't have such strategy in Europe today.
If I could just follow up quickly, are you saying that the northern, because there's not cohesiveness, between the northern and southern countries, that the northern countries are blocking a strategy, or do the northern countries have something that the Med doesn't have in terms of attractiveness for luxury tourism?
The northern countries see areas like industrial production or other areas as much more important than tourism. And therefore there is a definite difference in the level of attention they are paying. Also, northern countries are, like Germany, are countries that export, send people abroad. Germany has more than 80 million Germans traveling abroad, whereas countries like the southern countries receive people from this. So there is a totally different approach. Germany is not interested in growing the visa Schengen. They try to limit the visas, whereas southern countries want to expand the way we give visas easily, of course, following procedures, but doing it electronically. So there is a different level of attention to the issue of tourism, which, of course, is a very important issue for Europe.
Angelos, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I think this is a very good point. And I think what we call this type of tourism is the so-called cooperative tourism. And we must see the point of view of our biggest partners in this effort of high-end tourism, which are the airlines. Without the airlines, without the air connectivity, we cannot have this type of tourism. And what do they tell us? They tell us, why don't you speak to each other? Why couldn't I bring my clients to a country A and pick them up from country B without having to return to country A and back home? You save time, you save traveling. Yes, I agree, there must be a concerted effort for the Mediterranean. It has been done globally in other areas, in other regions, like the Caribbean region, for example. You have so many islands, independent islands that are cooperating. You have the Southern Pacific, which is cooperating. Why shouldn't we cooperate for the Mediterranean?
We only have 5 minutes left, but let me, if I could, go back to the topic, the main issue that many people here are interested in, and that is the 10%. The 10% that, you know, make up a huge portion of the revenues. Thanos, I mean, can you talk, you mentioned earlier the need to have this sort of more, you know, discrete experience, but especially for a lot of travelers from emerging markets, one of the things that they, when a lot of people move sort of into the kind of an area of wealth where they can experience luxury travel, et cetera, they might not necessarily be looking for a discrete experience. How is the Mediterranean region going to be able to, are they attracting the 10% right now? And if not, what else should be done?
Buying a holiday is discreet because nobody actually sees you consuming it. So by definition, it's discreet for everybody. I think the people that you are mentioning will be attracted to the Mediterranean because of the historical importance of the area. So by itself, the Mediterranean will always be one of the first starting points of a world tour from somebody coming from Asia, for example. So I feel quite confident that the Med will always have a place in the luxury travel because of the wealth that we can offer to the traveler.
Okay. I think it's obvious that luxury will grow. There are certain needs that help luxury grow. One is connectivity. Greece starts to have, as Eftikis said, many more connections, direct connections. This helps tremendously the luxury segment. This is the same with low-cost carriers. People today travel with EasyJet and Ryanair and go to a luxury accommodation. So direct connectivity is tremendously important. And second, marketing tools like Marketing Greece of the private industry who help the small luxury businesses that don't have the size to market and brand themselves independently, cluster, and present the product in a much more coherent way. So one is that marketing of the private business has to be separated from marketing countries, which is the only thing we have been doing for years, but no clustering in marketing small enterprises. You cannot expect a winery with 10,000 bottles or a small hotel with 10 rooms to have the resources to be a market itself. You need tools, joint tools to do that. And this is what we are trying with Marketing Greece to do, working with the ministry, who is doing its job on the country. But we have to do the job on the business level. So, good marketing and branding exercises together with good connectivity. Now, the business makes sense. A luxury hotel or an authentic hotel simply makes much more money than a non-branded, commoditized product. So as a result, it's only natural, if the know-how is there, there will be many more of this, because there is a demand in the market. So I don't worry so much of growing this business. I worry about establishing tools and strategy for this segment.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for your insights, and hopefully we'll be moving on now to the World Luxury Index panel once again, and you guys can hopefully put some figures on what we've been talking about here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Liz. Now, one thing I've learned today is that you can rely on people, but you can't rely on technology. But I have been promised that the technology does work now. So, David Sadiq and Samad Larousi, if you'd like to come back up, let's see whether we can get the World Luxury Index to work for us this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been very nice and kind to us, applauding for not having a presentation ready. I would like to warmly thank our technical team here who managed to bring the presentation back on track so that now we are ready to share with you some of the findings of the World Luxury Index. So just to give you some quick background, my name is David Sedig. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Digital Luxury Group. Digital Luxury Group is one of the leading companies when it comes to digital marketing for luxury brands. What does it mean? It means that when it comes to really understanding the way technology is impacting the luxury business, no matter if it's the fashion, hard-top luxury goods, watches, hospitality, we provide a solution, but most importantly, we try to really mine and understand the consumer behavior. And that's why we are here today with the Professor Laharoussi to introduce you the World Luxury Index. Just a few words also, of course, about the École Hôtelière de Lausanne. I'm sure that most of you know this amazing and highly reputed business school, the first ever created hospitality school. I was amazed by the number. 25,000 luxury industry executives were trained at the École Hôtelière de Lausanne. And currently they have 2,000 students from almost 90 countries. So I would like to start by asking you an important question. Who considers himself or herself here a luxury traveler? Can you raise your hand, please? Luxury travelers? Don't be shy. Be proud. Excellent. So now I have a question. Amongst all the luxury travelers here, who fill out a survey or answer a market research, one of those surveys that you receive either at the end of your stay in a hotel or another type of survey, a survey linked to a luxury product? Can you raise your hand? 1, 2. Good. So that's exactly why we are here today. We are here today because as far as the luxury industry is concerned, you cannot use mass market consumer goods approach to understand the customers. People, when they have money, when they travel, when they have a family, they don't waste their time, in most of the cases, filling out surveys to win a trip either to Hawaii or to no matter which other country. And that's a big problem, because how come can you find a way to really understand the preferences, the dreams, the aspiration of people if you cannot use that type of approach? So we think about this problem and we came with a solution. The solution is not perfect, but we believe that the solution provides much more information than the current traditional type of approach. And this solution is very basic. Basically, we believe that when people go online, either on Google for most of the Western countries, or on Baidu in China, or on Yandex in Russia, we believe that what they are looking for within the search engine is a better reflect of their dreams, aspiration, and interest. And we believe that someone searching for a 5-star hotels with a spa, or someone looking for a golf hotel in one specific city, we believe that this type of intent is much closer to a purchase intent than just someone telling you, yes, I've heard of this company or I've heard of that company. So to be very concrete, we developed a technology that we fine-tune with the help of the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, which analyzes millions and millions of searches, anonymous searches. We don't know that it's you or you or you who is behind the computer, but we can see the pattern. We can see the trends. And maybe just to go into more detail, this is a technology we have been using across many different industry. Thanks to a strong partnership we had with a company, you can see the logo here, called Luxury Society, which is now part of our group. We have been able to push the World Luxury Index around the world, in Asia, in the US, and so on. And 2 years ago, we decided with the AHL to create the first research that is purely focused on search intent, dedicated to the luxury hospitality industry. So just to give you some quick numbers. First number, we decided to analyze 70 hotel, international hotel, luxury hotel brands. That's the first point, 70 luxury hotel brands. The second one is that we analyzes we analyzed more than 400 million searches. So people, as I said before, searching for hotel, searching for destination, and so on. We covered more than 900 destinations, and of course you will see the results for the Mediterranean part, which is a major part of the research as well. And this is like something new, and we believe that it's something really innovative. For the first time, we crossed the interest from our tools with the leading research solution that most of you know, which is the data coming from Smith Travel Research. And I will now introduce Professor Samad Lahoussi, who will share with you the detailed results.
Hello? Okay. Okay, my name is Samad Lahoussi. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today and to represent EHL and some faculty members. So as David mentioned, we started this collaboration 2 years ago. It was quite challenging for us basically the focus was really globally. We wanted to know what are the most searched luxury hotel brands. So I had the most difficult question to answer, and actually this was the debate we had within the panel. What does it mean, luxury? It means a lot of things today to a lot of people. Is it about discrete experience? Is it about opulence? Last week I was in Dubai, and it's quite interesting that luxury means different things to different people. Not only about hidden experiences, but for some people, I discovered they took me for a tour to the Burj Al Arab. I guess you know, it's this big hotel, like a sail. And it was quite interesting to see that mainly customers they have are Chinese and Russian, and they have a totally different behavior. For example, in the Burj Al Arab, people go, maybe Chinese, they have 1 week in Dubai, they will stay 2 days at the Burj, and after they will go to a hotel just next door, because they want to renew their experience, even if it's opulence, it's about luxury. So it's a very difficult question. What does it mean, luxury, nowadays? So from a researcher point of view, we need to come up with something that it's really objective. So what is the objective? We can see it from different perspectives. Are we talking about number of stars? We know this may vary from one country to the other. We can talk about number of services. We see that some boutique hotels are quite good in delivering luxury experience, but they don't have all the services to be qualified as maybe 5-star hotel. So finally, we ended up by finding not, let's say, the perfect solution, but at least the less perfect, imperfect solution. So it's based on the price, based on average daily rate. So we found a company called, I'm sure you know it, STR, Smith Travel Research. They collect almost on a daily basis the average daily price from different brands. And they have a categorization about luxury and luxury upper upscale. So if you can see the figure, I can explain this. Yeah, I can have the slide back, please. Okay. So we have, the first category so actually what STR is doing, they collect data about average daily prices, because it's also, David was talking about the products, luxury product, but most of the time you have luxury products are the same price in different countries. But for a hotel, you cannot use exactly or have exactly the same prices in different places in the world. So you need to change your pricing following the economic situation of countries and destination or source market you are targeting. So STR collect this data from different countries and they come up with this listing. So the first category is upper upscale. Here we have mainly global chains. We're talking about Hilton. It's mainly business hotels. Hilton, Sheraton. It's not part of the luxury, but it's just above. It's upper upscale. The second category, actually they have only one category called luxury. We decided to cut it in 2 pieces because we wanted to make it coherent. The first one, we call it luxury major. These are brands that are from integrated chain. Sofitel from Accor. So the idea is they don't have exactly the same resources. The third category is purely, we call it luxury exclusive. Here we are talking about brands that operate only in the luxury segment. So the example of Four Seasons, Kempinski, Mandarin Oriental. There is no Kempinski for a budget, so we only have luxury. So this was the beginning of the story. Normally we collect data on a global in a global way. So we decided this year not to focus, at least for this presentation, tomorrow we'll give more detail about the brands. We decided to take let's say, the research from another point of view. Instead of starting with the brands, we decided to look at the destination, the Mediterranean destination. What are the destinations that are searched associated with these brands? So we have 70 brands, 75 brands that we track. So we're taking it from the other way. So let's see the results. Okay. So these are the results from the intention. Remember, we are measuring. I think it's a good illustration of what we call nowadays big data. Everyone is talking about big data. How we can use all this volume of data that exists there, and how we can combine it with other data. And this is going to be the second part of my presentation. So if you see, the most searched city is Rome. No big surprise. It's the city that really attracts a lot of international tourists, followed by Barcelona. And we have Istanbul in the third position. I think the common trend between all these cities, we see that the interest, and actually the interest is conversion with real data from tourism boards, is going up. So the tourism is recovering, hospitality is recovering in general. Something interesting, apart from Istanbul, we see the unique destination or a unique city decreasing. We have -9%. So we have -9% in terms of interest from the customer compared to the last year, the same period. Good news for our Greek friends. The most, let's say, the city that really faced the highest increase is Athens, plus 29%. And it's even encouraging because Athens is the lowest city in terms of branded rooms. In all these cities, we have minimum 10 brands that are present in this market. But for Athens, we have only 4 brands. So even with 4 brands, we can see that there is an interest. So it's driving the whole business. Let's take a look in detail about the cities. I will not spend too much time just to show you what are the brands that people are looking for in these cities. If you look at Rome, we have dominance from US brands, Hilton, Sheraton, St. Regis. I think the interesting part is the last one, is the last brand, Jumeirah. It was a discussion within the panel also how we can attract BRICS. It's all debate. Italy did a campaign specific to BRICS countries to bring them back. We see Jumeirah opened recently a hotel there, so it shows that there is a demand coming from these countries, and we see more and more these Asian brands going also to traditional European markets. If we look at Barcelona, it's quite interesting because it's the most, say, also one of the fastest, plus 21% in terms of increase. Barcelona grows very quickly. Maybe here we can also talk about the positioning, or as nowadays destinations are more and more managed as brands. We see that the biggest increase is coming from the W Hotel. W Hotel, maybe there's an alignment between the W Hotel hype, trendy, partying, also with the destination. So could be one of the insights we can take from it. Istanbul, we already showed the situation. So we see the 10 most searched hotels within Istanbul. All of them are decreasing. Maybe this is due to the political situation nowadays. I will not go into detail. By the way, we analyzed more cities than the one we are presenting, but you can have the full report. I'm just giving you a snapshot of all some of the cities we've analyzed, the first and the last one. Athens, because we are hosted by you, thank you. We just wanted to show some of the, as I mentioned, we have only 4 brands that we are tracking that are present in Athens. So Westin is showing the highest increase in terms of interest, plus 59%. So it was mentioned by David for the first time. So the first year when we launched the World Luxury Index, we wanted really to measure the interest from different countries. But the interest is not a behavior. I could be interested about something, but I'm not buying. So what we wanted to do this year is how we can link this interest to the behavior. Does it translate into purchasing? Even if we don't We cannot say translate it directly because people can book through different channels. But we wanted to know how the interest is related to the performance, the hotel performance. So what we did, we collected all the 4 or 5 the most searched hotel by destination. We contacted our partner STR, and they never give you data about one property. They aggregate all the data. So they aggregated the data for all the hotels, and they give us how many rooms they sell, what is the average daily rate, and what is the occupancy. And we wanted to see how our data is related to that. Because if you think about the consumer journey, everyone starts by searching. If we can summarize it this way, we start by searching, we compare. We know that 80% of people start searching on Google. We compare maybe on TripAdvisor, following different criteria. We buy. Now the strategy for hoteliers is how can they bring the traffic to their own website and not to go to OTAs. And after that, they share. So let me share with you some of our findings. We were happy to see that actually the data we collected is, so the first line, the black one, is about the room sold. So here, this is the example about room. The gray one is related to the RevPAR, revenue per available room, and the third one is the search interest. The first good news is these things, sorry to bother you about with stats, but we see that it's correlated. In simple words, makes sense to consider that search interest can lead to a decision. We can see it, for example, in here. They could be sometimes really aligned. We see that when the demand starts to go up, meaning when the hotel was able to sell more rooms, we see that exactly the same time we have the interest also started to go up in terms of Google. Remember, we use data from Google and Baidu. So it's totally aligned. From this side, we can see, it's funny because the months, they changed into Greek, so I cannot read them anymore. So what does it mean? What type of... December, thank you. So we see in this period, for example, that the demand starts to go down. A RevPAR was still going down. What does it mean? Maybe the hotelier was still decreasing their prices. They were not aware that maybe the demand will start to go up. But you can see from the search interest started to go up before. So if, as a revenue manager, you can use this type of example. Let me illustrate this also with another example from Barcelona. From Barcelona, we have a correlation that goes even higher at 89%. If we use the data with 1 month delay, meaning that really there is a gap between, or time lag between when people search and when they book. If you also, this is another example. If I was a revenue manager, I can use this information and see, revenue manager is what is the price I should give to my hotel. When I see that interest is coming up, maybe it's time to stop, let's say, selling at a lower price and start considering having a better price for my rooms. So this is another illustration. So today what we wanted to share with you is, tomorrow we'll discuss more about global brands, but I think following the different discussion we had in our panel, we can even think of, this gives me the idea that even a destination could be considered as a brand, and you were talking about how you can compare with your competitor. You can also use this type of tools, this type of, what type of experiences people are looking for when they go to other destinations that you consider as your competitor. So today, was mainly to show you, let's say, a snapshot about the Mediterranean, and to see and to show you for the first time that this type of data from Google could be highly correlated with the hotel performance. Now I leave the floor to David just to sum up and give you some key insights.
I have just 2 minutes. I have just 2 minutes left, and I think Samad summarized it really well. If you look at this data, one way of looking at it is to say, okay, this is another type of research and so on. What we believe in, what we firmly believe in, is that as far as the behavior of luxury travelers is changing, and as far as you have more and more people using the digital landscape, you have also an opportunity. And I think the opportunity is really trying to know as soon as possible how will the behavior evolve. As Samad said, the behavior can be at a destination level, but it can be also at a property level and so on. So between today and the presentation of tomorrow, we will try to share with you some of the key insights that we believe are important. One of them being the ability at a corporate level to really try to use that type of indicator, and we are already doing it with some of the most well-known luxury hotel brands, trying to use the search interest indicator, which is not focused on Google only. Again, it's multiple search engine, and it's a data that has been filtered, normalized, trying to use this indicator as an optimized version of an awareness indicator. So instead of just measuring the awareness, we measure the interest. We measure the desirability. I think that's the first element. Second element is trying to use the online behavior to measure the marketing effectiveness. You do a new ad campaign, you promote a destination, you can try to see whether or not this has been impacted by analyzing the real behavior of customers. We have some clients who ask us to work on their pipeline of new hotel. So as you know, you need 3 years, 4 years, 5 years to build a new hotel. So of course you cannot change the pipeline, but what you can do is try to get insight based on the research to better position your hotel. So assuming you see that there is booming traveler coming from Middle East for one specific region, and that they are searching, most importantly, information about gastronomy, and one special type of Japanese gastronomy, to take an example, of course that type of insight can be used so that as of the beginning, as of the positioning of the hotel, you make sure that you have the right type of offering that is suited for that. The other part, at the property level, I think, again, Samad make it really clear, it's trying to use the information as an early signal indicator. Early signal indicator, so that if you see at one point, exactly like in the example that has been shared, that there is one specific property where the demand is booming, where the competition in the same city is not, maybe here you need to look at the occupancy rate and say maybe that can be like one of the criteria I can use to raise the price of my hotel. Thank you very much.
You can see why we have this report every year, and I look forward to having it next year. Now, we are going to have a look at the future of luxury travel, and specifically luxury travel. So I'd like to invite up onto the stage Mr. Iosif Passalis, who is the Managing Director of Marketing Greece, and hopefully in a couple of moments also Captain Konstantinos Yanitsas from Amjet. But he will be here in a moment, I believe. So I'll start here. Good afternoon to you, Iosif. Firstly, a couple of minutes to tell me what Marketing Greece actually does.
Well, Marketing Greece is the organization which was funded by SETE and the Hellenic Association of Hotels. It is a private tool, actually, to market, to research, and showcase the Greek tourism product in target markets abroad. It's on the private side.
Do you feel let down then, therefore, by the National Tourism Office? Because maybe they should be looking after luxury as part of their remit?
No, on the contrary, I would say that the role of Marketing Greece is to enhance and supplement the business side, the commercial side of the tourism product, not only on a general, broader level, the destination marketing. We're looking into promoting special kinds of tourism products abroad, like smaller businesses, niche markets, special interests, etc.
And how do you feel you're doing?
I feel we are happy with what we are doing in terms of factual efficiency and effectiveness. We have launched a very, I think, a world-class website, discovergreece.com, in 5 languages, which now showcases what the diversification of the Greek tourism product all over the world. I think, doing work with promoting Greek stories through our network, PR network, digital marketing, campaigning. So I believe we are contributing to the whole success story of Greece.
What is your definition of the word luxury? I believe it is along with the word love, the most misused words in the English language, love and luxury. But what is your translation of luxury?
Well, It depends. If we are talking about trends and based on some internal research we have done in Marketing Greece, I would say that there are two connotations, two perceptions of luxury, the old luxury and the new luxury. Having in mind also the so-called Generation Y coming, the millennials, I would say that the old luxury was more defined by money, reputation, status, the label. The new luxury coming, the new perception of luxury is more defined by an overall experience. Keywords, I would say, are authenticity, uniqueness, simplicity, and a more experiential approach of a more holistic offering.
Do you think the luxury traveler has changed? I mean, I remember the days when luxury travel was all about the hotel, then it went to the fabulous restaurant, then it went to the spa, and now it's going back again. But in your mind, has the luxury traveler changed, especially coming to Greece?
I would define separate profiles of luxury travelers. I would see the independent, open-minded luxury traveler who is more seeking authentic experiences at high prices, including an overall experience within an authentic environment. I would also define the explorer, who is an emerging kind of traveler, who is looking more for new destinations, who would spend a lot of money for off-the-beaten-track destinations. I would also define the new type of purchaser, the streetwise purchaser, who's the type of the social media expert, looking everything, comparing and trying to find the best value for money.
Why don't we have...
And of course, sorry to interrupt, there is also the ultra-luxury type.
Yeah.
You know, I'm talking about the arithmetically increase of wealthy individuals who are looking at that extravagant type of luxury.
Have you found that here in Athens and indeed in Greece that the big names are missing? I mean, we don't have Four Seasons, Mandarin Orientals, we don't have, I mean, Amanov obviously moved into Peloponnese, but we don't have those big names which you find in the great capital cities of the world, and Athens is one of the greatest capital cities in the world. Why don't we have the big names here?
Well, the job of the marketeer, especially when we market destination, is not to focus on what we don't have, is to focus on what we have and try to package and market best positioning and best unique points you have as a country. I'm referring to how to market Greece as a luxury destination, as a Mediterranean destination. I would not focus on what we don't have.
Do you have enough luxury when it comes to accommodation here in Greece then?
Well, figures say that we don't have many five-star hotels. It's almost 4% of the overall hotels, but we have some...
Are they international standard five-star hotels? There's a huge, huge difference. It really upsets me when I go to countries and say we have 200 five-star hotels, when in reality only 4 of them really make the mark. There are different levels of luxury.
Yes, you're right.
So?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Do you have the product?
I believe we have a very strong product at hand, and there are huge opportunities and challenges, of course, at the same time, to market luxury in the Mediterranean, and I have some ideas for this.
When I was here a few weeks ago,
yes,
we did lovely pieces with wine, with olive oil, which is now become one of my champions around the world. I want to tell everyone about Greek olive oil. And when I talk to luxury hotel chains and say, actually, you have Italian olive oil, and sorry for any Italians out there, you have nice olive oil, but not as good as Greek olive oil, they say to me, we've never heard of it. We've never heard about this Greek olive oil. Why does the international market not know about what you've got when it comes to luxury?
It's our challenge. Luxury, with the perspective you are just mentioning, is exactly what we should do. Encompass and integrate all the elements of gastronomy, authentic issues of gastronomy, like the olive oil. And I would invite you to imagine a quite big figure of other things, like the olive oil you tasted, throughout Greece, in Crete, Peloponnese, Epirus, Macedonia, the islands, you know, every part of Greece has special local flavors and tastes. So what you're just saying is part of the luxury packaging of tomorrow.
I look at brands like Folly Folly. I mean, it started off here, and has now gone international. Now, they count it as a luxury brand, whereas with all due respect, it is up there, but it is not a Tiffany. It is not a brand which you're going to spend a huge amount of money on. Are there brands here in Greece that you can translate out into the rest of the world that can appear on Fifth Avenue and places like that?
Well, you refer to general luxury brands. I'm sure there must be, but it depends on what you want to brand and what you want to market. Is Greece France? Or is Greece Italy? Or Côte d'Azur? Or Barcelona? What is Greece? First of all, we have to look at that and then see the brands that can support or any other element that supports the positioning we believe we should focus on. So instead of mentioning something like Tiffany's or others, I would more focus on local but high quality products to market, along with a broader context of what luxury in Mediterranean is, and especially in Greece.
Is luxury a dirty word here in Greece? Obviously, with all the financial problems that you've had, do you believe it's hard to sell the word luxury because the population would just be a little bit upset that you're selling to 10% and not the 90%?
Luxury is sold abroad, first of all. So we are targeting to incoming tourists. No, I would not say it's a bad or non-word. And it also depends on if we are going to use the word luxury or other forms of the same meaning. I mean, like the authentic, smaller, but high-quality residence that was mentioned earlier. This is not necessarily called luxury, and it doesn't have to do with services or amenities or luxury. It has to do with quality, with authenticism, with uniqueness, and in my mind, with some kind of an overall experience you can have locally, as you had.
We have used the word luxury over 40 times since we started talking, and we've used so many different definitions of it that there still really isn't a proper use of that word. And that worries me. I mean, not for Marketing Greece, but for what we're trying to achieve. Because if we cannot focus on that word, then we don't know what we are going to achieve. What do you hope is going to move Greece and indeed the Mediterranean forward in the future?
Well, what is Greece? What do we have? And what we can claim as a luxury product, in my mind, excluding the ultra-luxury target group. So if we don't have in mind the ultra-luxury wealthy people that can have direct experience in the Peloponnese, Chalkidiki, Cyclades, special places, what's the overall experience we can have here? We can have, what's Greece? Greece, and generally, luxury in the sense that I'm going to help you now see what I have in mind when we refer to luxury in Marketing Greece, is let's compare Greece with an exotic barefoot walking on a beach. This is luxury. This is a very unique experience. If you combine that with a series of experiences around that, I would not say spa, I would say well-being. I would say activities, local activities around a destination, which is a destination that keeps the local aspects and the culture untouched. The most important thing and challenge for Greece to market the luxury product is to overcome the issue of maturity. We are considered a mature market. We are, in many respects, this mass idea, perception of Greece is a challenge. So what we would do and what's important for us and more difficult than an emerging market is that we should refresh our image and concentrate on all the authentic elements that will refresh our image and deviate from the mass tourism concept that in some instances Greece represents.
And are you finding it a hurdle around the world to do that?
Are we finding, sorry?
A hurdle, is it a problem?
Yeah.
Trying
No.
to sell Greece that way?
No, we have just attempted, as Marketing Greece, supporting generally any initiative like yours. For example, what we did with you in Marketing Greece for the Inside Luxury Travel is part of a general approach of trying to market Athens and other destinations in a realistic and authentic way what luxury actually is all about.
You know, my biggest luxury when I came to Athens was seeing the sunrise over the Acropolis, smoking a cigar and drinking whiskey at 7 in the morning. That is a luxury.
Exactly,
Vasilis,
exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we are going to carry on speaking about luxury, but this time about luxury properties, villas and boats. So I'd like to invite up to the stage moderator Anna Vernadou, who is the founder of Bergamot, and her two guests, Mr. George Vernikos, who everyone in Greece should know, and Mrs. Maria Nikolakalakis, who is the co-owner of Beyond Spaces.
I would like also to welcome Maria Nikolakakis and Mr. George Vernikos here to discuss about how to promote and how to sell properties and boats. As Mr. Parsalis mentioned earlier, Greece is considered a matured market, for tourism. So I would like to have your opinion. How do you think that the sectors that you represent here, I mean the yacht chartering and also the private properties, can be something new into the luxury, because it's something that is specifically addressed to the high-end travelers, and how this can be the new thing coming in a mature market. So, Jordan.
Regarding yachting, I think that we have a big privilege, because for many people, yachting is immediately in the luxury industry. And you know that Greece is the paradise of yachting, so I feel very comfortable being here, being in Greece, and speaking about yachting and luxury. I want to welcome everyone that is here, to congratulate the organizers for this nice meeting. I think that it is very important in Greece to speak about luxury, because it is the new effort that we are going to make, really to increase the luxury sector in Greece. Now, I know that figures, they are always welcome. So I want to say that when you speak about yachting, you have different levels of yachting. You have the bareboat sailing industry that is very popular. For many people, even this, it is considered a luxury to be able to make, to go around the islands by sailing a yacht, and it is probably one of the nicest things you can do. You have the cruise charters, you have the mega yachts charter, and so you have all the levels of luxury, or all the levels of prices that you want to imagine. I will not speak about cruising. Cruising, my colleague Mr. Stylianopoulos, he will be more specialized. I will stay in yachting. In Greece today we have around 3,000 sailing boats. We have, for charter, we have around 600 boats with Greek flag and with crew, that they are also for charter. And very recently we have passed a law that gives the possibility for yachts over 35 meters to be, with any flag, to be possible to be chartered in Greece, so to help international big boats to come also in Greece. The very high-end luxury boats, it was very increased between the years 97 and 2008. I mean about yachts of 25 to 70 meters, that at that time they become very popular. I believe that in the Mediterranean there are about 1,500 yachts of this size that they are chartered, that they are offered for charter. And also the two big, it is very well known that the two biggest markets, it is the Mediterranean Sea and the Caribbean. About this kind of yachts, usually Greece, it was not so much popular for as a destination for charter, but I believe that this more and more will become will become popular with the new law that we have. I think that everyone's realized that Eastern Mediterranean, especially the Croatia, Greece, the coast of Turkey, it is the best place for yachting in Greece. So I'm very optimistic that in the next year it will be even a bigger increase, subject that we're going to have a political stability. People that we are in the yachting industry, we want to see the Mediterranean as a whole area with same rules, same safety requirements, same laws, same VIT, same tax rules. And this will help in order exactly to increase the Mediterranean as the center of the world yachting. Yachting believes very much in peace, so we hope that all our area will be united, because Mediterranean, it's a yachting sector. The sea unites people and different cultures.
Before I ask Maria about to speak a little bit about Beyond Spaces, because you mentioned Mediterranean being like a prime destination for cruising, how do you think, and because you mentioned the new laws, how do you think that Greece compares to the other neighboring countries, Croatia and Turkey, when it comes to yachting? I mean, is there challenges, obviously, that we face? Are we competitive? How we're doing compared to the other countries in this sector?
Greece was always pioneer in the yachting sector, especially in the charter sector and the professional yachting. Usually, in the earlier ages, Western Mediterranean were more for private yachts, but Eastern Mediterranean was more for charter boats. Greece was the first country to implement in 1976 special law, so we had a big increase. Then neighbor countries like Russia, Turkey try to take advantage of the know-how that we had. In many cases, Turkey succeeded many times to overpass Greece regarding the infrastructures or the laws. I believe that today Greece is making a big effort, and both countries, because I consider Turkey as a friend neighbor country, that we're going to, both of us, work together in order to increase the yachting sector in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean.
So, Maria, I wanted your, unlike George Vernikos, he's been in the industry of yachting for many, many years. Beyond Spaces is a fairly new company. Would you like to share with us the philosophy of the company, and also talk a little bit about the luxury property market at the moment in Greece?
Beyond Spaces was basically set up taking, let's say, into consideration most of the trends and the facts that the previous speakers laid down in the discussions. We realized that there was a gap, let's say, in the market, in the Greek market, as far as the branded product is concerned, while at the same time we realized there is a rising demand from consumers for what is called the nationally private residences. So basically we decided to invest on a sector which would create an experience-led product using private residences as the primary accommodation and enhancing the stay with what we call a 5-star hotel. So we started in Greece, where we thought we knew the country best, and given the fact that most of us who set up the company lived abroad for many, many years, we kind of felt that our country had quite a lot to offer in that respect. We basically invested on creating a platform, which we call, let's say, a strategy and marketing platform to promote private residences, where basically all the guests create what we call an haute couture 5-star hotel. That means that we go beyond selecting, let's say, the residences in terms of characteristics, in terms of amenities, design, etc., and we enhance the stay with branded, corporate structured, well-trained personnel, from chefs to nannies to personal trainers to drivers, which create the feeling of your own five-star hotel. Now, going back to the question you asked at the beginning, if that's mature, no, it's not mature. It's actually a new market. It's an unshaped market, but it's driven by demand because we see globally that the clients looking into the whole, let's say, experiential, authentic way of living in a country, they're looking for what we call curated upscale homestays, but at the same time, they want to live as a local. So there is an opportunity to take a market which is totally unshaped for many reasons, educate the market, educate the owners of this market, educate the personnel, the local suppliers, select those suppliers, which is actually the most difficult procedure, and invest on what would be a brand with the same guidelines and values across destinations. This year we will actually go international, we'll go in the Caribbean, we'll go in Asia, we'll go in South Africa, where the properties are all harmoniously blended with the culture. And the big questions that some of them we've been, people asked them before, and we keep asking them to ourselves and kind of try to reinvent ourselves is, what is experience, what is authenticity? We believe that the word experience is overused and over-marketed. If you do a simple Google search, you can find, 45 yoga retreats in Crete in April, et cetera, et cetera. So the big challenge that we put to take a non-mature market, to define luxury, to take it to the next level, is to use data. We're actually very, very keen of what the previous speakers presented on qualitative data on consumer behavior. We feel that the consumer behavior and the travel values would guide you to tailor-make an haute couture five-star hotel per destination. So there is quite a lot of challenges there. And we feel, being Greek, that having a beautiful landscape is an advantage and disadvantage because it's easy to have a global market share, but we feel it's very, very difficult to have a market share on what we call the high-end luxury market, where the competition is much more fierce. We should be jet setters instead of jet followers, and hopefully we manage to do that in the next couple of years.
I feel, because the earlier speakers also mentioned about the need of synergies between the different business sectors in tourism industry. So, Maria, would you think, could you give us, an idea of how, let's say in the specific sector that you are, except from connectivity, of course, that it's something that has to do with the airlines connecting the islands, because primarily the luxury property that you have in your collection, they're in the Greek islands. So can you give us an example of what other synergies can be done between other sectors? I don't know if it will be yachting or gastronomy and restaurants and so on. So give us an example of how we can all work together towards a common vision, because I think that's what we're lacking at the moment, just to have a common language. As Varun said earlier, we seem to have different definitions of certain words, experiences, luxury. So perhaps it's a vision that with a common terminology. So can this be done or discovered through synergies, you think?
I think the synergies are a very important part of the equation. I mean, clearly when you operate in 22 different islands, or when we operate in 4 or 5 different countries, we have to rely on local partnerships to provide certain level of service. You have to rely, let's say, on yachting. You have to rely on companies providing transfers, on companies providing heli transfers, etc. And we're very keen in basically building this relationship. The challenge there is to have a common brand, because if we have a client, the client should have the same feeling from the day he does a booking until the time he gets back to his country. So the difficulty and the challenge is to harmoniously blend the various suppliers to provide a common brand. And then the question is, which one is the strongest brand?
Do you think, how do you see synergies, in your areas, in your area, between other Mediterranean countries and even within Greece?
It is obvious that there have been synergies, and regarding the villas and the yachts and everything. I think that today may be the most organized company today is Dolphin Capital, that they have the Aman, they have the villas, and at the same time they charter yachts. This is a typical case of synergies. But apart from that example, I believe there are different group of people. They are not all the same. For example, the sailors, they like just to sail. They are, how to say, they are fanatic of sailing and they don't care about anything else. But in other levels of luxury, there are people that they want to make synergy between them, to rent a villa, to rent a boat, and, you know, and to go also from the one country to the other.
Lovely. So, could you, Maria, tell us what would be, let's say, how would you see the market shaping in the next 5 years? I mean, how do you think, what type of clientele will, because are we looking to the BRIC countries? Do you think that there is room for many more of the already matured countries like Germany and north of Europe? How do you think that this would be shaping in the next years?
I mean, obviously, we're seeing very closely our segment of the market where most of the clients are, let's say, families or FITs that they've been to the country at least once and they're looking for more space and privacy. We have seen in 2014 a lot of inflow from the US, and we see that actually building up very, very strongly into 2015. We've seen our strongest market is the UK, then the Italians and the French. And recently we've seen a quite increased demand also from the Chinese market. That's as far as the origin of the request is concerned. As far as the quality of let's say, the clients, we see a dramatic shift there as well. We see clients who fall into the more, let's say, experiential type of category, that they're looking for more, let's say, tuned-in experiences for stories to say and events, etc., etc. There is the challenge as well, because the experiential traveler who would decide to come to Greece to rent a villa, to take a yacht, has been to many other countries with a longer history on experiential travel than our destination. So there is very, let's say, challenging to try to show him, instead of telling him what to do, to kind of give him out of the box, non-packaged experiences, to try to, let's say, take him to a tour with a non-guide. I think the macro data, the micro elements, and the personal touch, and how all that would create a brand is very, very challenging. And it takes a lot of continuous, let's say, thought and research, and that is what could set a brand apart in the next, let's say, 4 or 5 years. And there is an opportunity.
Thank you. So, George, because I wanted to get back again to what you mentioned about the new regulations and laws. So, do you think that can you be more specific as to what needs to be done in order to improve these products that you of yachting in Greece? I mean, Mr. Vasilakis mentioned earlier about the need of having new and better airports, you know, in the periphery. What about the marinas in Greece?
I don't think that for the moment we have to do something very important. The most of the things, they are there, so we're waiting the clients. I believe that the more clients we're going to have, this will help us to increase both the infrastructure, the marinas. This moment we need more boats rather than marinas.
But do you think that what we need is we need to create the product before? So I mean,
we have the product, we have everything. We just wait the clients.
Okay, that's great. Okay, I would like to thank you both for being here with us, and pass the microphone to Varun. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, George. Thank you, Maria. Right. Well, in 15 minutes' time, we will be having a break for coffee and tea. But to take us there, we have the CEO of Amjet Executive, private jets. So, Mr. Yanitsas, if you'd like to please come up and talk to us for 15 minutes about what's going on in private jets.
Thank you, Mr. Varun Sharma. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking, as I used to say when I was flying. Let's talk firstly in general for private jet owner or private charter traveler. It is a fact that our life plays out across countries and continents, and travel is the thread holding all the pieces together. We have to ensure that thread runs smooth, taut, and secure. Reactive, experienced, and highly attentive to our needs, we have to give you value for money. We have to give you efficiency in privacy. Let's face it, we have to be your trustworthy partner. Optimizing the investment when you trust a company with the management of your own private aircraft, your investment retains value, brings in returns, and serves your personal needs. Optimizing travel time when you charter a private jet with a specific company, you know that you'll be optimizing your time before, during, and after your flight. They take care of every aspect of your trip so that you can concentrate on your own agenda without interruptions or bother. In an industry where client expectations are rightly sky high, the experience and exigency differentiate from the crowd. The specific company know the world of business aviation from top to bottom. The mission is to put the expertise at the service of the distinguished clients. Coming back on efficiency in privacy. Efficiency. For the private jet traveler, we have to offer seamless journeys with no time wasted. For the private jet owner, the complete management service gives freedom with peace of mind. For charter brokers responding to the needs of exigent clients, we have to provide a reactive, competitive service and flawless operations. Efficiency stems from profound understanding of clients' needs. We have to know those needs because we ought to know business aviation by previous experience. Privacy. The personalized services for private charter, hire, or private jet management are founded on the rule of utmost discretion, combined with attentive professional care. The ground rule is the protection of the client's intimacy, comfort, and focus during travel and in every area of our involvement. We have to be your trustworthy partner. In today's fast-paced, technologically enhanced world, your office goes with you. Wherever you travel, you stay switched on and reactive at all times. What makes a difference? To find a space where all your needs are met, allowing you to roll out that office and get to work efficiently in privacy at 35,000 feet. When you fly, you can use your travel time to focus, discuss, absorb, and analyze in privacy and comfort. Stepping onto your executive charter flight is as good as entering your office and shutting the door. In a state-of-the-art cabin, you have all the necessary tools to stay connected and the space to work effectively. Spread your files out on the desk, plug in your laptop, recline in your spacious chair, kick off your shoes, and let your thoughts soar. Your next great idea may occur to you somewhere above the clouds. Your time to relax. Let the crew help you unwind and rest between destinations. The jet's dedicated staff will provide the elements of comfort and will put you at ease. Pillows in the finest quality cotton cases, blankets, luxury toiletries, every need is catered for. Close your eyes, recline, and relax. You are in your space. You can relax with a film, listen to an opera, flip through magazines, or take the time to read the newspapers from cover to cover. There are no disturbances, only comfort and privacy. A flight on a private jet may also be an occasion when you simply choose to make the most of. Enjoy the gourmet menu, carefully put together with exquisite dishes, and follow the seasons. Or make your own special request for a meal that fulfills your every whim. An excellent meal reaches new heights when paired with the finest wines. We shall be proud to offer you an enviable selection on ground crew wines. Ask your specially trained staff for advice or make your own informed request. Enchant your senses in your own private cocoon. Your space, your time, your travel experience, efficiency in privacy. This is the goal. Charter a private jet, optimize your travel time. How often do you think to yourself, there are not enough hours in one day? If you added up the time that slips through your fingers every year in transit, waiting in airports, sitting in traffic, standing in customs queues, imagine that would be worth. You could turn every journey by air into an additional slot of efficiency in your day. When you arrange a charter flight, you will be able to measure the advantages, and they span the entire travel experience. Save time before takeoff. You will enjoy the freedom that private aircraft affords you. Arrive at the airport, leave your car with the people involved, and step right onto your plane. Within 10 minutes, you will be in the air. They provide you, and you will receive a service that is honed, fast and stress-free. For that, you can concentrate on whatever is on your agenda. Use time in the air, wherever you have a meeting to prepare for, a sensitive topic to discuss, or just need precious peace to disconnect and ensure you are fully focused upon arrival at your destination. Travel by private jet ensures you can optimize your time in the air. You will value the space and privacy of a state-of-the-art cabins and appreciate the discretion and professionalism of the experienced crew. There are no connections. You fly straight to your destination with the additional benefit of access to a larger number of private airports around the globe, often closer to city centers. Your journey time is shorter, much more efficient. Accelerate transit time after landing. Step off the plane and glide through customs. You can have a car waiting for you to escort you to your meeting or your hotel. If you are just passing through, they can arrange for your private aircraft and crew to remain waiting and to accompany you on your onward journey. Anything is possible. It's your call. Time, the one priceless commodity. The safety, security aboard your private jet. When you choose to fly with VIP executive, you can be confident in the knowledge that your safety is in the hands of specialists, founded by a pilot to respond to the needs of the discerning private and business aviation traveler, the company retains the owner's clear exigency for the highest technical and security standards. The dedicated safety team works tirelessly to maintain and constantly review every aspect of security surrounding the fleet of business jets, on the ground and in the air, in strict accordance with EASA, which is the European Aviation Safety Agency, regulations and directives. Similarly, as we say, we only work with the most reputable operators. Your safety in the hands of a dedicated team, it is the nature of private charter air travel. The fact that they respond to their clients' requests to fly anywhere in the world at short notice, that calls for the utmost level of attention and research into every detail of every journey. Each safety manager will review and approve every flight plan before departure, taking into consideration any possible hazards. In addition, before any flight, the cabin crew conducts a detailed and documented security search. Your safety in the hands of a highly trained crew. All personnel receive the training required for the fulfillment of their duties in full compliance with their security program, covering requirements stipulated both by European Commission Regulation 185/2010 and the National Security Program. Training is repeated every 3 years for every member of staff. For pilots, medical checks are an obligation once a year, as are proficiency checks on a flight simulator. For all staff background checks are carried out and references obtained from the previous employers, official and personal, in order to obtain character reference. Your safety, top priority. Security is a key priority, not just aboard every one of the private jets, but in every activity associated with the flights. They cut no corners and they leave nothing to chance. Your safety is top priority. Okay, all this. But now what is happening in this part of the world? What's happening here in Greece regarding the VIP flights? As you already know, Athens is the historical capital of Europe. Athens was the womb of Western civilization. A host of Greek words and ideas such as democracy, harmony, music, mathematics, art, gastronomy, architecture, logic, eros, euphoria, among others, enriched a multitude of languages and inspired civilizations. In 1834, Athens became the capital of the modern Greek state. The choice was based on the symbolic significance of Athens' classical history. In 2 centuries, since Athens has become an attractive modern metropolis with unrivaled charm, Athens offers visitors a unique experience, a journey in its 6,000-year history, including the chance to see renowned monuments and masterpieces of art of the antiquity and the Middle Ages, and the architectural inheritance of the 19th and 20th centuries. You get an uplifting feeling of snugness in the brilliant light of the Attic sky, surveying the charming landscape in the environs of the city, the intended coastline, beaches, and mountains, and enjoying the modern infrastructure of the city and unique verve of the Athenians. Greece has a lot to offer to its visitors the whole year around, taking also into consideration its mild climate, clear sky, and sunshine most of the time, like today. Greece is also a lot to offer for investments regarding the VIP aviation. In a time of deep economic recession, Greece is called to find a different way to solve its problems and claim a place amongst today major European metropolises. Greece is the crossroads between East and West. For this reason, except for the VIP flights, Greece is offered also for line and base maintenance for this kind of aircraft. Think about aircraft flying from Africa to Europe or from Asia to Europe. It's worthy for maintenance purposes to land in Greece. So let us think seriously. Athens, Greece, after all, and say that there is no better way to predict the aviation VIP future in this crossroad of the universe than to design it ourselves with Greek style. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed. If that doesn't inspire you to fly by private jet, nothing else will. We now have a tea break, and in half an hour's time, if you could please return, we have more from the Mediterranean. Thank you very much. Go on. Diona. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to take your seats, please.
Oh, για μένα. Αστείευομαι.
Mr. Cooper. I hope you enjoyed your afternoon tea. I had a lovely glass of the Laurent Perrier Rosé, and I feel much happier. So, we go into the second session of this afternoon, still looking at the Mediterranean, and on the stage here, we have the lovely moderator, Alexandra Pascalidou, welcome, and her two guests, Andreas Styliopoulos, the President and CEO of Navigator Travel and Tourist Services, and Tonino Cacace, the partner and chairman of the beautiful Capri Palace. Over to you all.
Hi and warm welcome to you all. I'm so honored and so happy to be able to moderate this discussion. Are you all awake? Was it interesting until now? Yes. And now I can tell you that we will listen to two very inspirational men. And I will start with you, Andreas Stylianopoulos. You're President and CEO of Navigator Travel and Tourist Services. Could you please, in a couple of minutes, just present yourself and your company?
Good afternoon. I hope everybody's awake. Thank you for the invitation. Distinguished guests, I think we know each other. I'm Andreas Stylianopoulos from Navigator, representing the cruise industry in Greece. and I think we'll showcase today the synergies between the destinations and the luxury evolution of the cruise industry and the relationship with the destinations.
And then we have Tony Cacace, the partner and chairman of Capri Palace, and one of my favorite hotels, and very interesting. You have a very interesting background, and please tell us some more about you and Capri Palace.
I was born on an island, Capri Island. My background comes from humanistic studies. I was not supposed to become a businessman, but unfortunately my father died very young, and at 23 years old I took the heritage. So I'm the second generation. My father built the hotel in the 60s, and since then I started refurbishing the property. And at the end, I was very happy because I was lucky to bring into the business something that was belonged to my personality, which is the love for art and the culture. And I'm lucky again because since 1.5 years we have a partnership with the biggest group, Dogushin from Turkey, and we are now expanding the concept of Capri Palace, the excellent stuff we have in the restaurant business all around Mediterranean.
There are more. You have to tell us more about the beach club and about, for example, you have the trend watching, you have photo exhibitions, and I was thinking of this, the concept of luxury, and it's constantly changing. I mean, since the Roi Soleil, the Louis XIV, things have really happened, and it's much more than expensive materials and things like that. So I would like to ask you to define what is luxury for you today, 2014.
For me, for my experience, I must say that at the end, luxury is excellence. It can be also simply elegance, but the details, the quality of the service, the quality of the product has to be excellent.
I think I will agree with Tonino. It has to be very understated, and represents values, and most of the guests or the customers that enjoy a cruise vessel, which is a luxury product or a very high-end resort, they want to sense the same feeling of sophistication, but at the same time to be very understated.
But how is the concept changing? I mean, we talk about millennials, we talk about more and more women traveling. We also talk about much more sophisticated and new groups with different needs.
Well, if you look at the history, the meaning has changed a lot. Started with pompous, and the most epic time was in 1600, between 1600 and 1700, during the age of Louis XIV, Louis XV, Louis XVI, and then ended with the French Revolution. But think how much influence all the European aristocracy, the majestic of the palace, the royal palace. Then, along the years, the upper class, when the aristocracy start having less leadership, the upper class rised and has a status. They wanted to imitate that kind of lifestyle. But then this industrial area arrived, and all the habits and the consuming were changing. So everything that was considered luxurious years before, it was becoming a normal standard. If you think about the bathroom, for instance, the bathroom was outside of the houses, and then more and more it became so important. And nowadays, it's what the French say, the salle de bain, and in many hotels we have the bathroom facing the sea, as big as the bedroom.
Exactly.
So it's changing a lot, but before, on the heritage of the royal palace, the Grand Hotel was considered the symbol, the icon of luxury, because the beauty of the building, the wasteless of the spaces, and then the antique furniture. But along the years, part of them, due to the expenses of the labor costs or the huge amount of money they had to invest for the security, for the implant, start losing the importance. But it was already coming a new concept, boutique hotel, we have heard about, where more and more you feel home. So the target that when we organize rooms and lobbies is not to let them feel that they are in a hotel. And this is very important because changed completely the attitude of the clients. They now are more sophisticated. Travel became easier and affordable. And more they travel, more they know. And I think we can divide now in two big categories. The old style conception of luxury that probably still the new countries, people that are...
The BRIC countries.
BRIC countries, but any countries that start traveling now that hasn't developed the culture of traveling, they still point to what it was considered a must before, without taking care of if there is a good service or not a good service, a good food or whatever, because they don't know yet. So it's a cultural process that other more sophisticated travelers have already developed. So for them, on the opposite, the service has to be not only excellent, but warm. So they want the travel has an experience. This is very important because we are now going to the intangibles, something that you want to, emotions, you want to share emotion, and the people that serve you, you want that they are warm, not only very, very professional.
So you also become an architect of happiness, of experiences, of well-being, of other intangible things. But how is it in your business?
I think in the cruise industry, the same thing has taken place over the past years, since the evolution of the new type of vessels that we see around sailing in the Greek waters, going back to the late 30s with the big ocean liners that they used to do the transatlantic calls between the UK, Southampton, and New York. This was, again, something was conceived as a very posh, very expensive type of voyage that you could take at that time. Now, over the years, because of the hospitality product we've been offering on board the vessels, we have alternative dining, we have suites, we have spas, we have so many amenities that you can actually design your own program according to your own needs and not follow any program. The old days, we had only one main dining set, we had only one theater. Now we have maybe alternative type of venues like jazz bars or...
So it's this diversity that the Minister of Tourism...
So today you have like 13 to 14 different type of different restaurants. And again, excellence is what the guests are looking for.
They want to feel exclusive, they want to feel...
It appears, it's an affordable luxury product today. It's a value proposition, the cruise product today. But my main concern is how we can work closely, because he comes from Capri, and we have a very good example. Capri we can compare with Santorini, quote unquote, because all the guests from the ships, they go by tender. So we need to protect the places where we visit, the places that we are taking so many people during the year. We need to find a way to protect the beauty and the value of the destination.
It's about the mass tourism and the quantity, and luxury is not about quantity, it's about quality. So how can the two how can you cooperate? How can you, help each other, you think?
Well, I'm very happy and surprised that, to hear this illuminated vision that he has, because it's not only it's an ethical problem, but also it's useful that they understand that the moment they bring a lot of tourism, big numbers, in small places like Capri, for instance, or Santorini, they risk to destroy the image. And then on one hand, they help the economy. On the other hand, if the image is destroyed, it's also against them. So I think that small places have to be considered as museums. So you have a certain number of people one day, and then a certain number the other day. Otherwise, no one can really enjoy the place.
And to add something is that the guests needs to have the best possible experience from the destination, because a cruise guest is only for a few hours visiting a place. And when he goes back home, it tells if he had a very good experience or a bad experience. So the cruise product and the cruise guests really need to have the best possible satisfaction from the destination, from all services.
And how can you make sure that the client will have that? What do they need?
They need good infrastructure, first of all. You need good operators, you need good buses, good guides, clean roads, good signage, simple things that make common sense.
Simple things, but
yes,
they're
very,
quite hard.
Very, very hard.
Exactly. We don't. And many people before us talked about the heritage and the importance of history, of being in a place like this. I mean, full of history. Feel everywhere you have history. You're a part of this magic. But the question is, you also work in Capri Palace, you also work with contemporary artists, with photo exhibitions, you work with trend watching. Can you tell us more about that, about building new experiences and integrating the hotel in the local community?
I remember there was a word of Gio Ponti, the famous architect we had in Italy. He said, the most solid element in the construction field is not the wood, is not the stone, is not the marble, is not the cement. He used to work a lot with cement, but it's art. Art, because it's for sure, if it's a functional building, it has to have all the elements. But only if there is an addition of art, any product can last forever. I think that hotels have a big responsibility, like ships in the territory. The hotel or group of hotels, if they do good, and only because of the hotel, not because of the restaurants and the shops, they come later. If we do good, then you see the Renaissance, everything can be very, very wealthy and whatever. And then if we do bad, if we don't do investment all the time, the place will sink. So we have to feel this big responsibility, how much we are, and we have to be integrated in the community. And it's a part of our mission to invest on the outside, to let the other people grow. Don't let them having the idea that this is a castle that only celebrities and royal people can afford to come in, but then we cannot enter the door, because one day we don't speak the same language, and then the revolution starts. So it's very important that the hotel open the door, that the hotel can provide for the logistic, but not only that, for ideas and projects. What we are doing at this very successful project is artist in residence. So we have 4 times per year an artist coming in our atelier, and we provide for anything they need. They only have 2 obligations in 10 days. Let the clients stand in the atelier on one side and in silence and watch the artist, which is something unique that usually...
And how many guests can watch the artist while working?
They do, because this is another possibility how you can choose your client instead of expecting whatever. Because if you raise your offer, then the demand change and comes on your side. So we want sophisticated clients, not necessarily passionate about art, but sensitive about these kind of things. And thinking that that is a big opportunity that you can't have in other possibility. But more than that, we made an agreement with the high school. So along the 3 days, the artist is there for 3 days. All the class, they come for 3 days. They don't go to school. So I was so happy when I could make this agreement with the high school. But they stay with the artist. They learn about art, something that they never had experience. And at the 3rd day, the artists take them to the museum in Naples. You can't imagine the feedback, what happened, because the young people is the energy of the future, and we have to give them more input and possibility to understand their skills.
But with that initiative, a hotel becomes much more than a hotel.
Yes, and this is what also the clients want more, because out of the beautiful sandy white beaches and beautiful hotel, more and more we want to know the history of the place. We want to be integrated in the tradition. More and more the journey is also to be a cultural holiday, more than only laying in the sun.
So you bring the destination, it becomes a destination.
Exactly.
Like we're saying, the ship is becoming the destination today, with all the different amenities we've been offering.
Do you have any plans like that or initiatives that you consider innovative?
Innovative ideas, the synergies to work in the local fronts with the cruise industry, perhaps bringing on board in certain regions the gastronomy, or you have excellent chef, you have a 2-star Michelin restaurant, maybe perhaps we can build a synergy while the vessels are around your area. We can have some chefs come on board and showcase wines, or bring the destination also on board, and we bring ashore to the destination the guests. Certain synergies in certain level of clientele, of course.
So what is, we don't have much more time, but what are the big challenges for luxury hospitality, for the new concept of luxury hospitality, according to you?
I think that we have to go in the direction of the simplicity, but simply elegance, but very well done, where there is the passion of the hotel, of the owner, and the employees behind. We have to go in another direction also. I am very much agreed with Andrea Andreadis, who mentioned how lack there is in the communication between Europe, and we have to make one only marketing program for these countries.
For the south of Europe, for the Mediterranean region, or
but also all Europe, because what Europe offers doesn't exist in the world. And the heritage of the history and all the beauty that and the culture we have in Europe doesn't exist. But we have to go over the boards and think that if we cooperate together, in the Western story, in the Western history, everything started from Europe, from Mediterranean. So we have to bring back our heritage of culture, heritage of style and elegance, but also we have to become more illuminated. And first of all, we should make sure that, like Sharam said before, he said, Sharam said before about talking about the 5 stars. Many 5 stars are not 5 stars. So let's be before we created the 6 stars, 7 stars that, by the way, don't exist. Please don't believe about that, because there is only one classification that is the maximum international recognized 5 star plus L. So let's make sure that the 5 stars are all the same and have the best quality in the world. Because so what we can offer in Europe can be, with no competition, the best service, the best food, and the best, most elegant place.
So to develop a common strategy for the Mediterranean, but also for the rest of Europe, even if there are big differences between North and South of Europe, What do you think?
I think we should really work closely because we have common challenges, especially in areas like Capri, and this starts all the way from Barcelona, all the way coming to this part of the world. But I think we can do a better job into the berth allocation and how ships get into ports and what time, and have like a pre-allocation of timing. And perhaps we've done in Villefranche in France, we have a quota per day, how many guests can be ashore to enjoy the place, the destination. So I think
without
that's
destroying the
the destination. That might be another idea to work on, but it needs a lot of lobbying and a lot of organization behind the scenes to be achieved. But I think it can be done long term.
So finally, one wish. What do you wish for the future of luxury hospitality?
My image is that there is someone that can buy an expensive pair of shoes, brandy, and be happy that he has achieved something luxurious. There is someone else that is very happy to be in a place with no shoes, no telephone, in a more spiritual place, and this is also luxury. But I think on the top of them, anyone that they can afford to buy anything, to go everywhere, has to understand that the biggest luxury is having the time to enjoy it and to recognize the beauty around us.
I fully agree on that, so I don't have anything else to add.
No, but maybe you can add something, some kind of a plan for the future that you, or something that you're planning.
We need stable countries. We need peace in the region, because we have to keep in mind that our region is quite unstable today, and I think Greece and Italy can do much better in working together. You need the regions. I will include also Turkey as a region, but I think at the end of the day there's a lot to be achieved, but we need to work collectively and all together in every area, whether it's the shipping, tourism, the cruise business.
So that needs, of course, much more of integration and synergy.
And good communication, very
good communication. And it's also about the politics in the region. Thank you so much, and good luck with everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was very interesting indeed. I've stayed in over 1,600 luxury hotels around the world, and I agree wholeheartedly. A lot of the five-star hotels I've stayed in are not five-star, but they say they are. I went to one hotel in Spain that actually had 4 stars, and their concierge drew a 5th star, and it was recognized by the local government as a 5-star hotel. That wasn't good. So, thank you very much for that. Next up, we're going to be looking at European tourism trends and prospects. And so I'd like to invite up to the stage Vincent Nice, and he is nice, the chairman of the research group European Travel Commission. Vincent.
Well, thank you very much for calling me nice. I told you it's okay to call me nice. It's Nes in my Flemish language, but I understand that's more difficult to pronounce. Dear participants, dear host, thank you very much for inviting me to speak about European tourism for ETC, which is the European Travel Commission. I will give you some insights and words about world and European travel as a whole. Maybe it was funny already when this interesting conference started that I think the intro speaker said that today is not about general quantitative tourism. Well, I would like to change that. I would like to give you some insights in what tourism in general in the world means in numbers and trends, so we would be able to fit this luxury segment into it. My job is I am research manager of an NTO, so I work for a national tourist office in Belgium, but I'm also chairman of the research group of the European Travel Commission. And the European Travel Commission is the leading organization in tourism marketing, research and advocacy with as members almost all European national tourist offices. So as I said, ETC deals with as well marketing, market intelligence and advocacy, and it's very interesting to hear in the latest discussion we had on the panel, but also the earlier discussion with the colleague from CETE, who are discussing the controversial idea that there is a lack of joint efforts in Europe. I would like to show you that there is a lot of joint effort in Europe, but I would like to invite you to make the distinguishment between intra-European travel, which is 80% of all European travel, 80% is intra-European, and 20% is about long-haul travel to Europe. And within Europe, the intra-European segment, all European countries are very hard competitors, and there it's maybe not so easy to find joint efforts. But in ETC, we prove, and since 1948 already, we prove that joint efforts could work on this long-haul segment. So what we do is work together to market, brand Europe, and personally myself in my job as chairman, do joint research for European members. So what I would like to do with you today is I have two goals. I would like to give you those key insights in European and world travel with no specific focus on luxury, and then show you some insights in our research we do with ETC, which has specific luxury parts into it. Voila. This is a slide to show you how many members with their specific brands ETC has, which is basically all European national tourist offices. Okay, maybe let's make this a little bit dynamic. I've been showing this slide several hundreds of times, I think, in my career already, and I always ask the people what you see. So I want to ask you the same question to you. What do you see if you see this slide?
I can see a big increase.
A big increase. I must say that's the top answer in all those 100 presentations. What do you also see?
That this increase is almost. I cannot even say how many times increase.
I can help you. I I need the other remote for that. It's 4,400% increase, which is huge. And is the increase constantly? Do we have a constant increase of international tourists?
I didn't hear you.
Sorry, English speaking. Is the increase constant?
Yes, as it seems.
And are there exceptions in some years?
Yes, in 2002.
Indeed, and?
And 2011.
Yeah, that's very correct. So, despite the fact that in 2012 we reached the astonishing volume of 1 billion tourists in 1 year in the world, and exceeding this in 13 and 14, it is clear that despite this huge growth, there have been periods of stabilization and decline. And I will come back to that later. For example, 2003 was due to, so the first decline in international tourism was in 2003, which cause this might have? SARS, indeed. The pandemic of SARS caused a decrease on the international level. And as you see, the international economic crisis 2008-2009 had an even more negative effect. And this worries some people, of course, and I think also some people in this audience. I've talked to some people who mentioned Ebola already. So if you see what SARS did in 2003, the Ebola disease might cause some problems in the future. Also 2001 is very clear, 9/11 and the consequences of it. If we go into the continents, it's very interesting to see, first of all, how important Europe is and the growth Europe is showing here. very important to note that 80%, and I repeat myself, 80% of this volume in Europe, of international tourists in Europe, is intra-European. So it's not fair, to be honest, to compare the continent of the Americas with Europe, because if I live in Seattle and travel to Miami, I'm a domestic tourist, not in the figures. And if I live in Belgium and I travel to Luxembourg, I'm an international tourist. So take this in mind. But still, Europe has the biggest share. Today, 52% of international arrivals. Interesting to see that US and the rest of the Americas suffered most from 9/11 and the consequences. In yellow is SARS in Asia. And you also see that the economic crisis has the biggest impact in Europe, bigger than in Asia, where it only caused stabilization. This translates into the share of the continents, which I think is very interesting and relevant. You see that Europe in the 50s had almost 70% of the international tourism share. Today, 52, and projections will tell us, or are telling us, that in 2030, Europe is heading to 40%. And this is, of course, because of this yellow line, because of Asia, who is gaining a lot of importance due to, first, intra-Asian travel, of course, Asian countries traveling to each other, but also long-haul travel from US and Europe to Asia. Also mentioned in the first panel today, the importance of Middle East and Africa. For those countries, tourism is a very important part of their economy, and they have shown a very interesting growth over the last decades. If we dive into the monthly figures of these international arrivals, it's clear that in 2009, the economic crisis struck quite hard, but the recovery is also very interesting and positive. Very soon, at the end of 2009, figures started to come positive again, and ever since there has not been any month showing negative trends on the world level based on international arrivals. And also 2014 is promising to be a very positive year. Here we combine volumes in arrivals with receipts. So what does it deliver in terms of money? And we have an annual trend percentage of growth for every year. And there are interesting conclusions to make. For example, of course, you see these events having an impact on tourism. But the interesting thing we could see here is that if something happens like 9/11, it only caused just stabilization of tourism, no growth, but the income of the receipts is going much more down. So if there are external events having an influence on the international travel, often, almost always, you see that the earnings, the receipts, go much more down. And moreover, if you see the recovery after 9/11 year in 2002, there's a big increase of 3-4% of international arrivals, but the receipts are still going down. Same SARS, decline in arrivals, bigger decline in income. Same here, 2009, biggest decrease of -4% of international travel, and what people spent when they traveled went down much more. So, another quiz question. People who like to quiz in the audience? I think you do. No? I do have a question for you. This is the international arrivals based on a country level. Which country in the world do you think receives the most international tourists?
France.
Yes, that's very right. I'm sorry, I have to take my other remote control. Which is the second country which has been growing a lot?
USA.
USA? What do you think?
England.
UK?
Italy.
Italy is in the top 10, but not second. Who is second?
The Gulf.
Let's look. It's US. It's US with the, of course, you see the 9/11 troubles here, but a huge increase ever since, except for the crisis. So who can be number 3 then? Spain. Very true. Very true. With, as you can see, a longer period of decrease, which started even before 2008. And then if you look at the yellow line, this must be, if you look at the great growth this yellow destination is showing, this must be, tell me. It's China, of course. China showing SARS in 2003 with a decline there, and also a little bit the crisis. But yeah, if you look at the total increase of China as a tourism destination, that's huge. So if you further look at the rest of the top 10, Italy is there. Italy, Turkey, Germany, UK also mentioned in the top 10, Russia and Thailand. I've heard already the number of Greece earlier today. I heard the number of 20 million, so it must have been gone up a lot, but in any case, it's close to 20 million. So Greece ranks number 16 in the world with, let's say, about 18 to 20 million arrivals. This is markets, which is, to your belief, the most important market in the world? China, which was not the case many years before, even some years before. But as everybody is speaking about the Chinese market as a huge growing market, it's definitely true. The growth is tremendous. Second is US, and third, maybe a surprise, but maybe also mentioned today already, the German market is, together with US, the second most important travel market, not destination market, in the world. Then Russia, UK, and you're all tourism professionals, so you know UK has been some kind of a problem since the economic crisis. Also in my destination, Belgium, we noticed this huge decrease of UK travelers in the post-2008 period, which is slightly going up again. Then France, Canada, Australia, Italy, and Brazil, who is next to China, one of those BRIC countries who is really showing the promised growth that was forecasted many years ago. Maybe not as applicable to the luxury segment, but I think it's interesting to share this with you in a general perspective. Within the Eurozone, you see there is a wide range of unemployment status, which is of course affecting this huge number of overall tourists from these markets. The average unemployment rates today is just over 10%. Some of the very important markets like Germany perform very well, as we know, but also some, in this case, Mediterranean countries suffer a lot in average employment rates. And talking about suffer and external events having an impact on tourism, the Crimea crisis, which started recently this year, has of course also an impact on GDP, and as we know, impacts on GDP have impacts on tourism. We've seen this earlier. So this is a scenario which starts from the forecasted GDP in 2015, and if the Ukraine crisis would continue, this would be the influence of this crisis on the forecasted GDP. So it means that, for example, UK will lose 1% of GDP compared to what was forecasted if this crisis would continue. And you see who is the biggest loser. Russia might suffer a lot itself by having this conflict in Europe. Also interesting, the purchasing power of many of those rising markets is growing a lot. This is in blue the number of millions of people from these markets having a salary bigger than $35,000, which is, I'm sure, not the target segment of this audience, but it's not unimportant for global international travel. And as you see, especially China, of course, because there is a break here, we will be heading towards 80 million Chinese having at least this salary. And of course, and this is what you're interested in, many of these will earn a lot more to fit into your luxury segment. So it's all looking very good. The purchasing power of these growth markets is growing a lot, or will grow a lot in the next decade. To finish this first part of my presentation, I have this slide which was made by the help of Oxford Economics, an interesting organization we cooperate with to have forecasts on markets. And as you can see, with an outlook to 2016, within 2 years, these are the most important markets for Europe as a destination. There is not any of these markets which is expected to have to contribute negatively to the growth of Europe as a destination, all positive, and maybe not unexpected, the biggest positive contribution in terms of volume will be from Germany. But very interesting news, UK is back and is forecasted to be showing a very big growth in the next 2 years. Other markets, Russia, US, France, Holland, Switzerland, China. Okay, let's talk in this second part about Russian girls. These are 4 types of Russian girls, which are just visualization of a little result in an interesting study we did with ETC this year, which will be published soon, and I will share the URL where you can find this publication soon. We do ethnographic studies with ETC, and I will also show you we finished China, Brazil, US, Canada, and now Russia. What is an ethnographic study? And there is very relevant figures for the luxury segment in it. It is using, as the colleagues with the study before showed, using online data from social media, from blogs for a specific market, and analyzing this big data to find out patterns about how they think, talk about Europe as a tourism destination. And with the pre-Crimea crisis data of Russia, because of course the crisis changed a lot, but with the pre-crisis data of the Russians, we had interesting analysis and good insight in who the Russians are who want to travel to Europe and to segment them. And this is this segmentation, and in the report that will be soon available, you can find more detailed information. But in short, the analysis showed there are 4 types of Russian travelers. The biggest section or the biggest segment is the rookie. 60% of the Russians who want to travel, they do not have any experience, and they want to use tour operators, do group travel to get some experience in Europe. 60%, biggest group. The guru, 10 to 15%, wants to go on his own, has already some experience, but still sticks to the traditional European sites. And next to the guru, there is the immersive explorer who wants to do everything on his own and wants to go off the beaten track to visit Europe. And then, of course, very relevant for you, there is the wealthy world citizen, which would be approximately 5% of the Russian travelers. And when the report will be available, there will be much more information about this group. This wealthy world citizen, of course, just wants the best, which is 5% of the market, small share, large wallet, looking for the best that money can buy, and luxury, high fashion, and haute cuisine are of the interests of this group. The travel product must be unique, uniquely tailored for this particular traveler. And I would like to conclude, if I have 5 minutes time, would like to conclude with another study which was presented at our ETC B2B event in New York earlier this day, made by Travel and Plus Leisure Consulting, focusing on the luxury opportunities and luxury segment on the US market. According to the study, which was an online study amongst US citizens, there is two interesting groups, which is the affluent adults in the US market and the top tier millennials who would have maybe interesting segments in the luxury segment. The affluent adults, purchasing power enormously, and expected growth also very important. 10% growth of this wealthy American segment that might be very much interested in travel to Europe. And secondly, those must-reach millennials, which will not all be interesting for the luxury segment, but some of them definitely are. And on this slide, I'm very happy to see some words which have been used a lot already in other presentations or in the discussion today, which is, what does this luxury traveler from US want? They want very high, they want to pay a high price, but they want to get a very high level of value instead. Authenticity, very important. Uniqueness, of course. They want to discover things, and it is a cliche, but the experience, that's what it is about. Also, today in contemporary marketing, we don't sell a product, we sell an experience. By the way, Santorini has also been mentioned. Magnificent place. And to conclude, some specific travel trends, starting with the beautiful picture from Norway. One trend, the design pilgrimage, is what the US travelers were interested in. I was lucky to visit this beautiful chapel in Helsinki, so it's not just about specific design, as you can imagine. Also, architectural pilgrimage is considered in this segment. Food, of course. Gastronomy in Europe is so wow that US market is very much interested in it. And if you're part of this luxury segment, it doesn't mean you don't want to go off this beaten track. There is nice examples in Andermatt, Switzerland, for example, in Turkey, or Mallorca, where you can do very specific experiences which are not at all traditional Europe holidays. Another example there is this wow treehouse hotel in Portugal, and maybe even more wow, this luxury adventure hotel in Selfoss in Iceland. And I think this is almost my last slide with content on it. If I have 2 more minutes for this, I do. What luxury travelers want from a hotel, and I wasn't even surprised. I was happy to see that staying also in this magnificent hotel in Athens, I discovered the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is almost checkable on every box in this very beautiful hotel. For example, what do luxury travelers expect from a hotel according to this US study? Complimentary food and drinks, so welcome champagne, or in this case maybe ouzo in the room. Complimentary snacks throughout the day, check. And maybe a packed meal for departure. Then, secondly, in-room spa service is of interest in this target group. Even workout shoes available, and late-night spa appointments. With regards to car services throughout the stay, and free, if possible, and a free valet parking with a valet person who is taking care of your own car. Then, also in this hotel, I'm sure, proactive concierge reachable throughout the whole day, which can give you private information, really tailor-made for you as a luxury traveler. And then media convenience, the usual business channels and news channels, TV in all those rooms you have in your hotel room, and of course international newspapers. Voila, at the end of my story, I would like to promote a little bit our reports we have online. This report is published 4 times a year by ETC and is summarizing all economic, demographic, and tourism trends for the last 3 months and with an outlook. You can find this free on the ETC website, so I hope the downloads go up after this speech. And secondly, the other ethnographic studies, remember the Russian girls, we have the Chinese ethnographic study from last year, we have our Brazilian study this year, and we will publish Russia and US, Canada as soon as possible. And to conclude with, there are many other research reports on our website. For example, short market insight on an, in this case, very recent Indian and Australian market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want your piece of technology?
Yes. Thank you.
Vincent, what I was very interested about was your top 5, but what I want as a luxury traveller is free internet. And in this hotel, they charge. I want a refund.
Which is not a good idea, I must say, to charge for it.
Is there anyone from the hotel here? I want a refund. Okay.
It's not in the top 5, I think, because it's so common that today you don't charge.
Ah, well. Right, thank you, Vincent. Next up, I'm going to first invite my interviewer to come up on stage, the delightful Ellis Kiss, the arts editor of Katha English edition. Please have a seat. And joining her after a short speech will be Panos Levadas, the Secretary General of the Greek National Tourism Organization. Mr. Levadas, if you'd like to come up first. Thank you.
I'm not going to take too much of your time. It's just going to be 2 minutes. Time me. So, ladies and gentlemen, luxury nowadays may mean a number of things to every individual. It may mean a 7-star resort, or a private jet flight, a secret paradise, or even a space trip to the stratosphere, or to the moon for that matter. I believe differently. I believe that today, luxury for so many affluent people means new experiences, new authentic experiences. That's what they look for, that's what they share with their friends or in the social media. I think that authentic experience has become a new status symbol. And I think that this is a valid statement for people from every corner of the world, in every culture. Greece, and Athens itself, offers exactly that. With our development model, with measure, with metron, as we say it, and with a human scale in all aspects of our development, every visitor, by coming to Greece, has the opportunity to make a along with everything else, to make a spiritual voyage within time, to experience where it all started from, staying in hotels that can offer to him whatever he wishes to imagine, to taste unique tastes, and be surrounded by people that relate to him, that he feels safe around. And no matter if you ride by a small boat or a private Learjet, they make him feel that he is at home away from home, because they offer hospitality from their hearts. And I really don't know how you can beat that combination. So that's it from me. Thank you for having me.
Somebody just give me a hand. Hello. Hi. Thank you, Mr. Livadas, and thank you, wonderful audience. Welcome to Athens. After this interesting comment on luxury, I would like to ask you if luxury has become a bit of a dirty word in Greece.
Okay. I should admit that in the past, maybe we had some hiccups. Back in the 80s, some people were saying to the Greek people that, we shouldn't be the servants of Europe or something like that. Now, these were misconceptions that perhaps delayed a few things. It's been years, no, it's been decades since things like that have played any role in understanding tourism as it's understood today. Today, tourism for Greece is something that we all agree that we're talking about a national cause. Everybody understands that approximately 1 million jobs, that's 1 every 5 jobs in the country, is generated by the Greek tourism sector. So there is a consensus that it's a very important thing. It's not a part-time job. It's almost scientific in many ways. And in this way, no, I don't think there is anything negative associated to it. Even luxury, if you wish, is not associated with tourism because it's recognized as an integral part of our touristic product. A lot of jobs are generated from there. A lot of investments are taking place there. A lot of professions are integrated with this aspect of Greek tourism. So by every means of the world, no, on the contrary, it's very well welcomed. And I think the people that arrive in Greece share that opinion.
After 6 years of tough recession, how do we define Athens these days? Do we need to redefine it, perhaps?
To redefine it?
Perhaps.
No, I wouldn't agree with the premise of that question. I think that Greece has been always very well respected. It's a very strong brand. Some of the strongest global brands were generated here. I mean, democracy and philosophy and theater and you name it, Olympic Games. So Athens, along with brands like that, has always been respected. Yes, there were some negative aspects a few years back, some exaggerations that took place, and some of the media replayed it again and again, creating, I think, the wrong impression and perception on what was going on in Athens. But ever since 2012, we've had a lot of political stability, a common cause as far as tourism is concerned, and that's why we have the great figures that we show the world today in the tourism sector. And I wouldn't think that Athens needs to be rebranded as far as this is concerned. 27% increase only in 2014 in arrivals and revenues indicate that Athens is coming back, and it's coming back pretty strong.
So going back to luxury, do you think that there is enough luxury in Athens in terms of infrastructure, for example?
Let me borrow from the research that it was just described to us, and the gentleman from EDC was kind enough to recognize that this hotel was satisfying all these criteria. Please take it as no exaggeration that I could name to you not dozens, but perhaps hundreds of hotels in the general area of Athens, including Attica and the beachfront, of course, that satisfy those criteria. That means as far as the infrastructure, it's there. I would like to add perhaps one more thought to this, to the concept of MICE, to the concept of congresses. Athens offers two things that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that I think are an integral part of inviting an important conference in a city. And that's the infrastructure, which is there by all means, and a lot of hotels. If a conference needs 5,000 or 6,000 people, there are so many beautiful hotels within any vicinity to service them. But it has one more element that a lot of countries and a lot of cities compete in, Paris and London by all means, is the fact that usually those that organize and make the decision making on what conference is going to be attracted and where it's going to go, they're going to see if they're going to have, if the people that participate in the conference will have a breathtaking experience on the first night. So we have conferences that they choose to make the original night, let's say, in Herodio, and have to the Herodian Theater, and have an ancient tragedy in front to the participants. This is a breathtaking experience. Or have the first dinner in the Museum of the Acropolis. And I can name many more examples. We are open for that. It's happening, and that's why we attract a lot of the conferences that are...
So MICE is one thing on top of the agenda, let's say, for Athens.
Absolutely. For Athens, the mayor a little bit later may confirm. For the Greek National Tourism Organization in its campaigning, it's one of the things that we promote. We have many motives for this. It's not just that the existence of the infrastructure or the competitiveness of this first night, the breathtakingness of this first night, but it's also the fact that it's one of those segments of tourism that will that helps into extending the tourist season. It doesn't have to be in the months of let's say May until September. So it's a win-win situation, and I think we're doing very well with that.
But going back to luxury, I insist,
Absolutely.
we still have luxury chains, for example, like Four Seasons or Ritz-Carlton. They have not invested in Athens yet.
Yes,
Would you
well,
care to comment?
I wouldn't go into the marketing or business criteria through which a private entity decides or does not decide to make an investment. What I do know, and again, I wouldn't want to name, we have so many places like Grand Britannia, and I'm talking about dozens, if not hundreds, that satisfy that criteria of the premise of your question. And if Four Seasons or anyone else decides to make the step, I think it's going to be a good step, it's going to be a profitable step, and they're very welcome.
How is Greece trying to keep its talent in the country? Because we hear about young people leaving on all levels, all education levels, for example. How do you think we can do that?
Well, again, and don't misunderstand me on that, I cannot disagree with the premise of the question. The last 2 years, Greece has, the Greek touristic sector has presented the world with extraordinary figures, both in terms of arrivals and in revenues and in investments. We're talking about 20 million visitors. 16% of our GDP right now is coming from the touristic sector. And these are very important elements that are, a lot of people know about it, especially our young people. So we see the opposite trend. We see people coming from other countries to Greece. They understand that, maybe they don't know the number, but I can share it with them. It's for 2015, there's 1.6 billion euros of new investments that are taking place in the touristic sector. They know that. They don't stay at the urban areas. They visit the countryside because these are the touristic centers. Brilliant minds finish great schools, like one of the hosts today here, and they're coming back here. So it's a trend. We shouldn't be pleased. We should always fight for the better. But the trend is here, the numbers here, the attraction is here. I think we're in a very good track.
How can Greece generate investment from within the country as well? We have luxury hotels constructing, coming into the country. How can we generate our own investment in this particular sector?
Well, as far as hard data is concerned, that number that I mentioned before, the 1.5 billion euros, is pretty much balanced. It's coming from Greek and from international capital, and they are usually very complementary. But I would like, on the same field, to mention the 3 legislative initiatives, acts today from the minister, from Ms. Kefalogianni, and I mention this because I believe it's they introduce an extraordinary change and reform. Until today, the Greek National Tourism Organization and every other organization that facilitates the investments, was proactive in its orientation. It made sure that before any investment is taking place, it satisfies the law. And a lot of red tape was there. Through the latest legislations, the acts that we have today, this is today vice versa. We trust the private entities. We trust the investors. We tell them, this is the law. This is what you got to do. Tell me you're doing it. Tell me your civil engineer or your architects have gone by the law, and we trust you. We trust the private sector. We trust the private entities. And we are shifting all the attention and the human resources from doing proactive to checking if they are reactively, if they're by the law, if they buy the law afterwards. And we send them a very strict message that if they did not go according to the law, we will close them. The same principle that everywhere in the Western world is applied is today applied in Greece, especially in the tourism sector. I think this is going to help very much. And all the people need to do, the private entities need to do, is go by what is predicted by the law. That's all they need to do. And we trust them that they're going to do that.
Something different now. We have a group of eminent lawyers coming into town today. I believe they're staying in this particular hotel.
Are they good people?
They're good people.
Lawyers?
They're lawyers, but they're good
know.
people in this case. And I would like to ask you about the campaign for the return of the Greek marbles. Do you think that this campaign has a positive impact for the sector?
Well, the superficial answer to that is that any campaign and any marketing and any buzz you can create about Greece is positive. But I'm not going to stay to that because I think that undermines the significance of this venture. I think there is a call from every corner of the world by millions of people that this is something that should be rectified. We're hopeful that it is going to be rectified. Things like what's happening today with Amphipolis signifies even further how important this is, and I would rather stick to that.
Amphipolis was recently, it's an ongoing excavation for those who are not familiar with this. It's a tomb going back to the period, the era of Alexander the Great. It's a fascinating discovery and something to work on. What are your thoughts? How can Greek capitalize on this?
Working with marketing and communications things for the last, I don't know how many years now, 30 years, I was so impressed with the fact that something that is so recent as a development managed to get so much light in communications all over the world. That indicates the significance of what is happening. I think we should be prudent, wait a little bit more. It's not going to take long until we know who's the occupant of this amazing new discovery. But I would agree completely with you that this is going to be another unique opportunity for a lot of people to say, listen, I want to visit this place. I want to learn more about it. They learn about these things ever since their school years. It's imprinted into their DNA. And when something so shiny is taking place, they want to go visit. So yes, we think it's an incredible new development.
Do you think that the recession is over, or is it going to be over anytime soon, or the beginning of being over?
Yeah, well, there are statements from both sides of the Atlantic that Greece has gone very well in the recent years. They have been very difficult years, especially for the Greek people, who, after all is said and done, those are the ones that have to bear the burden of what has been going on. Greece, in 2014, presented to the world its first surplus ever since 1948, actually. The touristic sector has been playing a leading role to this development of the surplus. Statements by European and American officials and IMF officials show that we are getting towards the end of this. This is not over yet. I want to stress this, and it's something that we convey as much as we can, that yes, a good job has been done. It's all due to the Greek people's efforts, but we need to be very careful until the last moment, because we don't want to do something and spill the milk. And that, as far as the formal responsibilities and aspects of this unique crisis, that does not mean, though, that there are not reforms that need to be done. And these reforms are good for our economy and for the society to update the way we work. And it has nothing to do with whether there was an austerity package in the last 5 years or not. It's things that we need to strive to go on. We need the political stability. And if these factors are satisfied, I think that very soon, not only we will be out of this crisis, but a new day will emerge for the economy and for the society.
And meanwhile, as you mentioned before, tourism has done extremely well in the last couple of years in Greece.
Yes, it was 2 back-to-back record years, both in revenues and in arrivals. As I said, 16% of GDP, double-digit increases. It sounds like a great year is going to be also in 2015. We're expecting the few important exhibitions in the end of November, beginning of January to confirm that. But yes, and it has played an enormous role to the recovery of the Greek economy.
Do we have new markets, new people coming from new markets?
Oh, absolutely. We have approximately 57% coming from China and 70% in 2014. We've had a boost by the Brazilians. The Russians had their fair share of problems in 2014, but still, after 65% of last year. But the most important thing is that our traditional markets are still here and still being very strong in Germany and Britain. I don't want to name every single one. The European partners are there. That's a vote of confidence for Greece. And actually, I want to take the opportunity and thank them for this vote of confidence. It came very loud and it came at the right moment. So once again, I want to thank you very much for that.
So if a person is visiting lovely Greece for the first time, especially Athens, as we're talking about Athens, what would be the one place not to miss?
The one place?
The one and only place.
You're putting me in an awkward position. This is so subjective. I would choose the Pnika, because Pnika is where it all started. It's a breathtaking place where the schools of Athens started like 2,500 years ago. This is where the first time that people thought about notions like democracy or the suffrage or checks and balances through the judicial system. It has a great view of the Parthenon, and not a lot of people know what Pnika means. I would take them to Pnika.
So for anyone who doesn't know Pnika, this is your chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
That was the wonderful Ellis Kiss and Mr. Lavadas from GNTO. Right, we've come to the end of our day, and I think it's been a very, very interesting day, and I've certainly learnt a lot. But to finish off our day, we started it with the minister, and we're ending it with the mayor of Athens. Mr. Kouminis, if you would like to please come to the stage. The lectern is all yours to basically wish us all farewell until tomorrow, Mr. Kouminis. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear guests, as mayor of the city of Athens, I am delighted to welcome you all here today and to be present at this very important conference that the International New York Times and the École Hôtelière de Lausanne are organizing in our city. The importance of hosting this conference is especially highlighted by the fact that this year Athens is making an impressive comeback to the international tourism and travel market, experiencing a 30% increase in the number of foreign visitors, one of the largest growth rates recorded globally, and in particular in Europe. This achievement signals a more optimistic perception for the coming years, renews our hopes, and strengthens our commitment to pursue our common goals, to deal with issues that derived or deteriorated due to the financial crisis, and to return to the path for steady growth, healthy prosperity, and social cohesion. Tourism is a key driver for growth. Furthermore, tourism is vital to the city's economy. It creates jobs, pumps and spreads income to a larger spectrum of business and professions. In this sense, tourism recovery helps in dealing with several other issues. In the field of luxury travel, which is the main issue of this conference, Athens as a destination has a lot to present, but also much more to learn, plan, and to achieve. Luxury and high-end travel is a critical segment of the global travel market, where competition is very demanding and challenging, both in terms of services and infrastructure. Each and every destination that targets luxury travel presents its best and remains in a constant effort to provide more tailor-made services and products in order to maintain its market share. Athens is a unique destination for leisure and business travel all year round, blessed with a unique history, monumental cultural elements, and a wonderful natural environment. Tourism infrastructure is exceptional and among the top levels worldwide in accommodation, in gastronomy, in good life. Nevertheless, there is room for significant improvement. Major investment plans are under development as we speak, mainly located at the seafront, the Athenian Riviera, as it is called, aiming to provide our city with a brand new upmarket product and more choice for our high-end visitors, whether they are visiting for leisure or for business. Ladies and gentlemen, the City of Athens, the Athens Development and Destination Management Agency, and the Athens Convention and Visitor Bureau have been implementing a long-term strategic plan for tourism development, growth, and promotion. In close cooperation with the private sector, we are intensifying our efforts towards placing Athens higher in the international tourism and travel market map and achieving sustainable growth that will benefit all Athenians and enhance our visitors' experience. Thank you for your attention.
What an honor to have the mayor here to close today's event. As I said, I've had a fantastic day here today. Many thank yous to Smokos, to Achilles, and the general manager of the hotel who is here. He's a very, very nice gentleman, and if anyone wants a refund on their internet in their room if they're staying here, he's there. Yay! See you all tomorrow.